We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Let's talk a little bit about this energy right now, okay? Because it's interesting. And the thing about it that you have to recognize is it's working through the observation or the understanding of what it means to effectively navigate through circumstances or situations with a sense of energetic patience. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what we recognize with the word patience, right? Because here's the thing we don't think about a lot when it comes to patience. Patience is directly connected to the word healing. Okay? Let's talk about the connection to the word patience and healing, right? Because the thing about it is when we're working through the observation of being able to navigate the space of time, what you really have to recognize that we effectively see there is that time does allow for a context of healing related to circumstances or situations by which we are able to effectively define and focus and perfect, right? How does it change your relationship to time when instead of feeling like you're energetically waiting upon something, you're allowing it to be the context by which you're energetically perfecting something, right? And that observation of working through things allows one to be able to build into the context of what it is that we effectively utilize in the state of time. The reason I'm bringing this up right now is because we've got Saturn in retrograde and Neptune in retrograde. So I am sure, right? I am absolutely sure that you're potentially working through circumstances or situations by which you feel energetically graded by the amount of time that things take, right? It's hard, it's difficult, right? It works into the space. Like we talk, like I'm going to keep on saying this, all right? This whole year, we've been seeing all this wacky energy happening in Aries, right? But I argue very emphatically about the fact that all that work that we see in Aries is helping on on the space of healing, right? Because what are all the planets that have been going they've been going retrograde, they've been going active, they've been moving back and forth in Aries. What does that effectively help us recognize and work through? It's the observation of understanding that having strong emotions upon things is healthy, right? It's reasonable to have emotions upon things so long as those emotions allow us the ability to articulate upon them, right? Like our emotions help us to build into better feelings checks, and our ability to effectively express and articulate upon those feelings allow us to effectively perfect things, right? So what do we see that is happening right now? We're working into the understanding of what it means to perfect upon our feelings. And when we're working into perfecting upon our feelings, then our own ability to effectively communicate and articulate upon the things that we're energetically and emphatic upon or empathic upon allow us to be able to identify and recognize the shape and nature of our own energetic intentions. However, and I'm going to tell you right now, right, with all this work that we're effectively seeing, right, and we've got Venus in Virgo and all of this is going on too, it's not easy, right? It's not easy because often when we're communicating or articulating upon the things that we care about, it can get very difficult, right? The emotions sometimes feel like they create static instead of expression. So I want you to think a little bit about that in terms of some of the energy that we're currently seeing. And it is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency or the relationships path works, and we're going to talk about what each one of those looks like individually. The reason I bring all of this up right now is because we see that for a lot of relationships that are coming together right now, these are effectively strength partnerships. And what do we identify in those strength partnerships? There's conversations and observations in relationality to being able to find the healthy space by which we are energetically strong in partnership, right? And this is the most beautiful thing that we effectively see. These are fortified relationships that we see are effectively coming together during this time. And what do we identify with fortified relationships? They're the observation of being able to see or appreciate one another's strength, right? How hard we effectively work, the observations or the understanding by which we're able to identify and work through things mutually in mutual beneficial ways. And often, right, when we're working into mutual beneficial things, it allows us to be able to observe and recognize and identify the force or nature that we effectively bring patience upon. Now, a lot of these relationships that are potentially in solitude right now, this may be some heavy stuff. I would not be surprised if there are relationships by which individuals are healing in solitude with the observation of necessarily having to leave a relationship by which another person potentially saw another person's strength as a hardship, right? Because, and this is the hard part, right? Because this is what it means. This is often what it feels like when we're healing from trauma, right? Trauma often leads to some really wacky conversations. So either we see that these are individuals in solitude that are healing from situations by which they're appreciating their strength and understanding that relationships are not damaged by bringing strength to them, right? Because it's the space by which that is what allows for the framework of a relationship to be stronger. Or simultaneously, there are potentially new relationships that are forming based upon and built upon the conversation of situations and circumstances of that nature, right? Because when we're working towards and we're understanding and identifying the strength that we effectively find, then that observation of navigating through, right, the observation of experiences by which another person was projecting their own insecurity onto the self, there may be a lot of that space by which we're seeing that there's deep emotion that may be being involved there. But even in the space by which there's a lot of emotion there, right, the relationships and the scenarios that are coming together during this time are reinforcing and re-articulating upon the appreciation of the observation that the strength that we find in ourselves is what should be navigated with a sense of compassion, right? There's a lot of that emotionality there, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of that compassion that we see is coming together in a lot of those new relationships, specifically as we're navigating into Leo season. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the Leo season that we're navigating right now is probably a lot of the culmination of those strength relationships. However, it's not easy. There may be a lot of emotionality that is occurring there, and a lot of that emotionality that they're working through is potentially articulated upon the observation of what, how, of finding strength in each other, but then potentially observing situations and circumstances from the past by which those journeys of becoming strong were not necessarily ones that they themselves engaged upon, but something that they felt that they had to do in order to heal from trauma of the past. So that's a combination of, like I said, the Saturn that's in retrograde in Aries with Neptune, right? What it is that we go through, the strength that we find to effectively be fortified and endure through it, but also not feeling easy because it often requires us, like we often hold a lot of need for healing in the state or nature by which we had to become strong in the first place. Now, this brings us to, now, those were the relationships that have been coming together since the time of the Taurus new moon that we experienced back in May up until the present. Now, between the time of the Taurus new moon and the Capricorn new moon, we saw relationships that were coming together, which were effectively the world relationships. These were the relationships that were focusing upon the world card of the tarot. And these relationships, I would actually see. So while we see that there may be a lot of compassion that's happening in those strength relationships, for a lot of those world relationships right now, there may be a lot of work that we see that's happening in terms of moving things energetically forward in new ways. I will also point out it's very interesting because for some of these relationships, they were coming together in the observation of being able to recognize and identify the force of compassion that they effectively bring into partnership. So it's rather beautiful right now because we see that the relationships in solitude right now are working upon having and holding compassion for the self, while the relationships that are moving deeper into relationship right now are effectively recognizing and identifying or trying to bring that force of intention towards things in new ways. And what's allowing that, what may be happening in some of those relationships right now, are navigating situations and circumstances that potentially allow for the ability to energetically, I keep on getting rebuild, reconnect, re-understand. Because for those relationships specifically, what we're effectively identifying is occurring is these relationships are moving towards their manifestation goals with a lot of effective speed, and the observation of seeing how quickly things are moving forward, specifically and particularly related to being in a relationship with another who has and holds the same manifestation goals as they themselves do, maybe feeling like they're going through a period of deep understanding and enlightenment in terms of being able to recognize and understand what that effectively feels like. However, at the same time, they're potentially working through a lot of feelings that are potentially unresolved as it relates to being able to observe experiences from the past where they weren't able to move with that much expediency, specifically and particularly from the observation of being able to see situations by which mismatched manifestation goals may have been the cause of some effective trauma that they were experiencing in partnership. But even that observation of being able to recognize and identify that is what is allowing healing that's happening there. However, there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up in the process. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are deep within divine union right now. And those are effectively the moon relationships. You'll remember that those moon relationships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we experienced back in January, all the way into the Uranus first going retrograde all the way back in early September. Now, these relationships, while we see the world relationships right now maybe moving things forward in a big way, I would not be surprised if a lot of individuals that are potentially in those moon relationships are working very quietly right now. There's a period of quietude and contemplation that we potentially see that is occurring there, and also something that is akin to working through restorative practices or finding ways to energetically reconnect with the self. Potentially a lot of inner child healing that's happening there too. The reason that we're potentially seeing that is while we see as you navigated, as we recognize that while the relationships that are coming together right now, right, the foundation of those world relationships was built upon compassion. This is the compassion that the moon relationships are looking to reinvest back into themselves, specifically and particularly as they effectively work in terms of being able to build or articulate upon something in a way that they've never thought before. For a lot of these relationships, that ability of being able to find a partnership that effectively navigates a healthy orbit, or finding a effective workflow, something that feels like it's very much in tune to them. We see that there's a lot of harmony that's potentially occurring in those relationships, and that harmony is what's allowing them to be able to articulate, define, to re re reinvest into the self in a way that they haven't before. So I would not be surprised right now if there's something about being able to appear, look back into things with a fresh set of eyes, being able to look at something with a new understanding of knowledge that is potentially allowing one to effectively deepen or work through something. And at the same time, that deepening or that reinvestment that we potentially see that is happening there is allowing them to be able to navigate new phases, to work through new experiences, to articulate upon something in a way that they have never potentially articulated or considered before. And that is an arrival point that we potentially see that's leading them into new possibilities, while at the same time being able to prioritize and recognize the time that they're effectively taking for themselves in order to fully facilitate upon it. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective reads. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Friday, August 14th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 3 cards of the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive them. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I'll have one out shortly on the new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. We've got 3 individuals with priority today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've stated for those who are paid members on the Clock app. How you doing today? And good to see you, Ivana. So good to see you. Welcome, dear. Hi there. How you doing today, Minnie? Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, Nikki. Always appreciated. Good to see you as well. Excellent. And Grand Rising, Heather, good to see you as well. I know, I saw it, Bridget. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live as well. Oh, thank you, Minnie. I appreciate it. Oh, Paula, thank you so much. So, I know it says here, did you, are you stating that you became a paid subscriber here? Or where did you become a paid subscriber? Because I want to make sure that it's showing, it's appearing if so. Good to see you today, dear. Wow. Okay, hold on a minute. I need to point out there's something I gotta call someone out in the chat space. Do you realize how you're objectifying someone by articulating that someone deserves something because they behave right? What does that even mean? Are you becoming the arbitrator of others' behavior? And is that behavior something about whether they're appealing to you? I think you need to reinvestigate your heart space. I've got a very simple rule in my chat space, which means you can stay as long as you have compassion, compassion for the self, compassion for others here, but not in compassion in a way by which you try to arbitrate that you believe that you are the arbitrator of others' behavior. I hope you do a little bit of re-exploring on yourself today to understand the quality and condition by which you are deciding to arbitrate what you consider proper behavior. And I believe that that should start with a deep investigation in terms of whether you're applying those same practices to the self as well. I send you so much support on your journey, and I hope that you heal. I truly do. Thank you, friends. Good to see you here. How you doing today? Excellent. And again, for those who are effectively articulating and speaking back towards that individual, appreciated. I'm just seeing their comments now. Oh my goodness. How are you doing today? Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you. And thank you as well, Matthias. Welcome. All right, so as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on readings today. The first individuals who have priority will be read for before we start the daily collective. And the first person that we're reading for today is going to be, hold on, let me just pull up the list. I want to make sure I have the list listed correctly. Absolutely. We've got Bridget here. We've got her. And we've got Lisa. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 4th person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, Bridget. Thank you so much, dear. Excellent. And welcome. How you doing today, Eric? I would ask please not to repeat the same statement in the chat space. We try to create a space that'll allow others to communicate through it. So just a singular mention of a statement is enough. If you do repeat, it will get you blocked and muted. Hi there. How you doing today, Timmy from North Korea? I hope you're having a beautiful day. And welcome as well. How you doing today, Joseph? Excellent. All right, let's get to it. I got you, dear. And Bridget. Just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. And for those who are potentially on the hold list, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you're on the hold list and you're put on the hold list at a certain date, all you need to know is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Thank you. Excellent. Oh, welcome. How you doing today, Kleptic? Excellent. And how you doing today, Laverne? How you doing today, Michael? Welcome. Excellent. All right, there we are. And before we continue with today's reads, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. We will do that again after the next reading. Lisa, I've got you on the list right now. You're the third person to be on the list today. How are you doing today, dear? Excellent. And thank you for those roses, Raven. How are you doing today? Excellent. All right. Outside tea for Bridget. As I prepare to spend time, what guidance my guides have to help me best support those around me, remain aligned with my highest good, and navigate my visit with awareness, compassion, and presence? What a beautiful question. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here, so make sure to give Bridget some love. Bear with me one moment. All right, perfect. Can I please get, and thank you for getting on the list, Bridget. You will be, not only are you the first person read for, but you'll also be having an additional card in your reading, which means you'll be having 5 cards today. Can I get 5 cards for Bridget related to that trip? Thank you. And 2 more, please. And 1 more. Excellent. So the thing I keep on seeing, I feel like what I'm identifying here, and it's funny too, because it feels like it's coming through as an ancestral reading. And the thing I'm noticing about it is working through, it feels to me like there's someone energetically connected to you that has a lot of anxiety in terms of trying to like work through a sense of in terms of a sense of energetic perfection around something to a certain extent. So I want you to be very conscientious about that, because there seems to be related to it's almost like I see somebody that had like the perception of what something would be like, and it's like there's all of this energetic shedding that's potentially occurring around a circumstance or situation. And there's something important that I'm observing about that energetic shedding point that has to do with the observation or the understanding of the quality and condition by which you're helping another person understand, right? Like, and I keep on seeing this here. Like, I feel like there's, I know this is going to sound like interesting, but I feel like um, there's something very intuitive about the way that you do things. And so I feel like the best way you can do it is effectively help another person understand and learn to trust their own energetic intuition upon things, right? Because I feel like the hard thing about that is when we work through something that is deeply intuitive, it's often the feeling by which we effectively allow ourselves to navigate a space by which we just effectively understand and energetically connect into what another individual needs. And the thing about it is the hard thing I'm identifying there is I see the work that you do by which you're very deeply intuitive in terms of being able to recognize and understand the quality and condition of helping another person energetically perceive what another person is asking for. And the thing about it that is interesting about that is when you're working through something, intuition does not know what a schedule means, right? Like intuition does not know what a schedule means. It doesn't know intuition doesn't know when like the proper time for something is. It's just kind of working into the sense of recognizing or feeling something out. And so I feel like that is actually the greatest aspect of you being able to effectively help another person through something is, but it's also saying to me like that might also feel like a little bit a bit of energetic frustration, right? Because um when we're working into like that sense, like I feel like I see someone that's more rigorous or rigid about a schedule or the way that a schedule works. So I feel like I keep on hearing like gentle approaches to helping another person understand the quality and condition about the quality and condition about helping another um, adhere to a schedule, right? Like, I feel like that's the conversation that you potentially have to have with someone because it's saying to me that the beauty of it is I definitely see a circumstance or situation by which you're helping another person get more energetically comfortable, right? Your presence your presence to a lot of to a large extent feels very much like your presence in terms of doing something in a way that feels like you're like, and I keep on getting this like don't ignore the beauty of another person feeling that they need another presence in order to energetically oversee. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's the word that you need to focus upon because over like when we're energetically overseeing things, it often identifies the state or nature by which we don't necessarily need another person energetically present to do something, but almost allowing another person to feel confident in what they're doing that allows them to feel like to work through that. However, like, and I keep on getting this, like the hard part about it, right, may have to be in helping them set some healthy boundaries, particularly and especially as it relates to, right, what others potentially articulate about things versus they themselves learning and identifying what works best for them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you see, like that's the thing about it. Like I feel like I see someone that you're going to go visit who's in some kind of I want to get like some kind of advice overdrive, as it were. And what do I mean what do I mean by advice overdrive? Advice overdrive are situations and circumstances where it feels everyone's coming towards them with some kind of advice in relation to how something should move or what they should effectively do. So I feel like the best thing that you can help identify is pulling things back to them in terms of being able to identify and recognize, like helping them feel energetically confident on what they're doing. And what's being found in that confidence is being able to effectively encourage and reinforce upon their own sense of purpose. But that sense of purpose that I'm effectively identifying and recognizing there has a lot to do with, like I said, acting as a healthy filter in terms of what others are potentially articulating versus what you found that actually works. Right? That's what I keep on getting. What other people, and I like to point this out. You know, there's something really important I'm seeing there about like it's basically like it's saying to me, like, and this is what I keep on getting, right? Like, you know, like those like it's interesting too because I keep on getting like others working through the observation of the like it's saying to me like a logic based approach to handling others desiring to effectively articulate upon what one is energetically doing, right? Like that's all I keep on seeing here because there's so much of this energy that I'm seeing here that is happening because it's the observation. Like I keep on getting like it's almost like you have to say to somebody, right? Like everything that they're experiencing is natural, but their own ability of being able to effectively identify and recognize um, how others effectively do things versus how they choose to do it. Like this is you helping them find what works best for them is what I keep on seeing. So just keep on communicating. Like I feel like that's what I keep on, like the word I keep on seeing from your guides is like that overseeing aspect of it. Because, even in the space by which I feel like another's asking you questions, you being able to articulate to another upon what they're feeling intuitively called into, right? Like allow them to answer the question for first before, right? Like have them answer the question first before you articulate upon what your energetic thought upon it is, right? And that's how you help another person learn to trust their intuition more. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway I'm seeing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just a friendly reminder to those who are in the chat space, if you are posting non sequiturs, I will proceed to mute and block you. Thank you so much for respecting the chat space as a place of communication related to the work that we're doing here today. Excellent. How you doing today, Jazz? Hi there, Ash. How are you doing today? Welcome. Excellent. And just reading over. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. But that's what you remember that over like that upheaval moment right now. The most important thing that I think you have to articulate to another is what they're feeling is absolutely natural. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I'm so glad that you understand what I'm saying there, dear. That's yep, you've got I think that's exactly what I was seeing. Mm-hmm. That's perfect. And Mia, thank you so much for the follow. Always appreciated. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So like I said, like just holding those boundaries and helping them feel confident with them in them as well. Thank you for that gift, Haroon. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll discuss it more like later as well, right? It's working into it's working through facilitating and being a healthy support system right now. And I feel like you're already it's just gonna be a continuation of what you're doing, just even more further amplified. Hi there, Ben. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for and the first person to be read for once we complete the daily collective. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person that we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. You'll also be the first person read for once we complete the daily collective. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Perfect. Just bear with me a moment as I pull up that dream interpretation. Excellent. All right, and just bear with me one moment. I've got you here. Oh, thank you so much for that gift, Bridget. I appreciate you. I haven't seen that one before. All right, let's get to it. All right, we are doing a dream interpretation right now. Before we get started on this dream, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up her here. Guys, make sure to give her some love. Let's see. All right. And you guys know what we'll do before we get started on our dream interpretations. We have to bust out the dream coconut. Thank you. That's beautiful. All right, where were we? All the fragments are connected. Okay, these are all dream fragments. So let's see what we've got here. Fragment 1. I was with a dark-haired woman in some kind of facility or rehabilitation center. She was a caregiver. There was something wrong with me that made it impossible for me to fully control my limbs. The woman supervised while I tried to eat with a knife and fork in the facility's cafeteria. Fragment 2. I was in a house with my mom and one of their friends. I don't know her friend in real life. It's a house where my mom and I actually lived for a while when I was a teenager. and I think we were packing up. And then the doorbell rang and I answered it. Standing at the door was a very tall blonde, around 30 years old. They were extremely tall and had a small mustache, and they gave off a very laid back vibe. Definitely a popular kid type of energy. They said, "Your mom is coming to work with us, and I have a gift for her." He handed me a cardboard cup filled with tiny colored balls, red and blue, and his name said something in between. Okay, there were several different names that were effectively given. I gave the cup to my mom, and hidden among the little balls was a present. I couldn't remember what it was. I remember thinking how thoughtful that was of her new employer. No, my mom has been self employed for most of her life, and she ends most of her time taking care of my grandfather. Part 3. There was a street party going on. The same individual I saw in the dream space showed up as I was leaving. As I walked away from the crowd, I said, "You should meet my friend. She looks amazing. You'd never guess her age or that she has grown sons." I was sitting outside in a small courtyard with my mom and a group of friends, and there were about 10 to 12 of us sitting on chairs in a perfect circle. A few of the friends were people I knew in real life, while others weren't. We were celebrating the fact that my mom was moving. And I joked to my friends, "Well, I guess I have to be nice to you guys now." The joke landed perfectly. It was all about timing and delivery. I even remember thinking in the dream, "Wow, I just made my first genuinely good joke in a dream." All right, let's break down this dream. Can I get 4 cards, please, for per? 4 cards, please, for per. Whoa, that's not 4. We're going to read all of them. We got a bunch of them here. Hold on a moment. So there's a lot of cards here. So we're going to go through them one by one. But the first dream is important because the first dream that is important because what we're basically observing there, all right? And I want you to kind of understand and recognize this. Um, it's the observation of working through what feels like it is energetically out of order, right? Because the first thing that we're effectively identifying is the navigating the seriousness of situations, right? The seriousness of situations that require us to simplify, right? So what we effectively identify in the first, and this is what the guide's basically showing you, and I like the fact that your guides are appearing here in the context of a rehabilitation center, right? Because you identified that there was something that you felt that you did not have energetic control of. And so what do we see? What do we see the guide showing you in the dream space, right? Starting, right? Starting from the basics, right? The observation of working through, right? When you're trying to effectively learn something, it's important to start, right, with something that is energetically simple, okay? And so then So we're going to hold on to that because there's a guide that's effectively showing you that in the first aspect of the dream. And you identified the fact that they were a caregiver, right? Now, the second dream, okay, we see that you are in, and I want to stress these are shadow work dreams. So when we're identifying individuals in the dream space, they might not necessarily be connected to these individuals in your own life, but the fact that you're working through them, they're showing you things that may be important because through seeing them from their perspective or in a way that you haven't before, everything that you've experienced in the dream space is something that you yourself have experienced before. Okay, so we're going to work through those two pieces. We now see that then you're then in a house with your mother and one of their friends, and you don't know this individual in real life, but you identified that it was the space by which you actually lived when you were a teenager. Okay, and you said that you believed in the dream space, you were packing up. All right, so when you're packing up in the dream space, this is effectively you working through the observation of being able to understand, recognize, and navigate what it is that you energetically need, but not just the things that you need, what you are effectively identifying and recognizing may help another person in terms of what they themselves are trying to do as well. And so, what do we see that's potentially occurring there? You identified the fact that there was a doorbell that rang, and you answered it. And you said standing at the door was an individual, and they were about. You gave an age. You said that they were very tall, and they had laid back vibes. They said your mom is coming to work with us, and I have a gift for her. Okay. And this was a cardboard cup. You identified the fact that the individual gave you a cardboard cup filled with these little blue and red balls, and the individual identified that they gave you a name. Okay, and the reason that I'm not giving the name here is that name is one of your is connected to your guides. So I'm not going to be sharing that here because that is something for you and you to keep with yourself. And it's important because you said you gave that you gave that cup to your mother, and then, right, within that was a present. Okay? And you didn't know what it was. But then you remember how thinking about how thoughtful that was for them. Okay? So the observation, okay, and this is what's really beautiful, because then we come back to the beginning where you are identified the fact that you said that your mother has often been in the role of a caretaker. Okay? So I want you to understand how beautiful, right? Do you understand what the guide was giving you? This is a dream that's connecting you to your guides. And in the first portion of the dream, we see the guide showing you what is the first thing that the guide's giving you in that first aspect of the dream. Your guide is giving you the gift of what your potential Aunt Mother went through every day, right? The observation of the energetic patience that's potentially required to help somebody doing something that's energetically rudimentary, okay? And so the first thing we see that the guide is doing is they're giving you the gift of that energetic perception in terms of helping you understand the quality and condition by which they were effectively going through things. And then simultaneously and similarly, right, in the context by which, right, they gave you something, right? And this is what's beautiful that often happens in the context of what we work through with our guides. The guides gave you something that felt like it didn't have much meaning to you, right? But when you gave it to them, right, it contained hidden meaning, right? So that's what's so beautiful because, and this is often, right, this is often the journey by which we recognize and identify the work that we do with our own guides, which is the understanding of being able to know and recognize the work that we effectively do in terms of the guides, identifying and building into the energetic connection of ourselves. And in the space by which we're building into the context of ourselves, right? Then it is often the meaning of our guides that potentially connects to us, because it's the observation of knowing, right? The observation of knowing intuitively the state or nature or quality of our own, like of our own heart space, right? And so I want you to understand that that's effectively what the guide was communicating, because the guide was effectively coming to you in the dream space and identifying potentially that there's a connection that they have, right? The connection that they have to you is also one by which they're potentially connected to your mother, right? Because, and it's, I mean, like, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of qualities that we see in this dream space that this is potentially an angelic, right? Because the angelic is being able to articulate to you, right, how difficult that work is, right? It's not easy. And that brings you to the space by which you identified that there was a party going on. You saw that same guide arriving as you yourself were going. And when you walked away from the crowd, they said, right, you should meet my friend. They look amazing. And you'd never guess, right? You'd never guess their age or that they have grown sons. So, what do we effectively identify and recognize in that space? What we're effectively working there upon is the observation again of being able to articulate and amplify, right? The observation of energetic connection, right? Because you have to understand our guides, right? Our guides are not always just unified to ourselves. It's often in the space by which we're working with others that it's understanding the energy of this dream being one that's articulating and working through caregiving, right? And the quality and condition of working through caregiving was the identification point of understanding. What did you see? They wanted to effectively introduce you to someone who's also been giving care in places, which is amplified upon, right, the state and nature by which, right, they identified or articulated their energetic stature, because it was a guide, right? It was a guide showing you the stature that they hold in the dream space, because, right? Did you see how beautiful that guide worked through? What did that guide state to you when they were articulating the quality of the beauty of that individual, right? They said you should meet them. They're a beautiful. They have two, right? They have two grown individuals that they've raised, like the two grown individuals. So you can see the fact that that's also a guide, because they're identifying the quality of expression by which they were talking to you about the beauty of that energetic individual, not by their visage, right? Not by their visage, not by the way that they look, but by how they've effectively helped another energetically grow, right? So it's the observation of them potentially articulating to you, right, how they effectively see things. And then you identified the last part of the dream was you working in a small courtyard with your mother in the dream space and friends. And you identified that there were a great group of people there, and they were sitting in chairs. And you said a few of them you knew in life, and others that you didn't, okay? And they were celebrating. They were celebrating the fact that that energy was moving. And you said you joked to your friends in the dream space. And I love the fact that you made that joke, right? Because the observation of the joke, of you identifying and saying, I have to be nice to you, right? The thing about it is, it's not, when we're giving care to things, right? When we're putting care to places or things, it's not about being nice, right? It's hard when we're applying care to things, because when we're applying care to things, we're making hard choices, right? We're doing hard things, right? It's not about working into niceties. It's about recognizing and identifying what is energetically needed. So even in, and this is what's beautiful about that, because even in the space by which you set it in the dream space, right? It's not about nice, right? Because here's the thing about it, and this is the thing that's so beautiful, and that's what that guide was effectively articulating and showing you, right? Like there's that hermit energy with the boar, and you had the, like we had the boar before you started the reading, right? Like when we're working hard towards things, right? There are those who misperceive that work in the context of nicety. But when we're working through things that we energetically care about, how others energetically perceive it, right, has nothing to do with the quality and condition by which we know that we're applying that work, right? And it's that observation, right? Like it's that observation. And I feel like that's what's beautiful about this dream space. It's like your guides were showing you, right? Like there are those who will be literally working hard for the benefit of everyone, and others that effectively try to judge them because they don't have time to be energetically nice. It's like when there's emergencies everywhere, like when there's emergencies everywhere, and you're applying that force of care to things, right? Who has time for nice? Who has time for nice? Right? Who has time for nice? So that's where we like, and I think it's beautiful too, because I feel like it's interesting, because I want to point out, you basically got a guide coming towards you in the dream space to show you, right, to show you the quality and the condition of those that potentially apply care to things, right, that are often so, they're working so hard to apply care everywhere, right? They sometimes miss the nicer moments, because where are they? They're applying care where things are needed. And I feel like even in the context by which you're potentially seeing that, right? Like the guide is giving you, like that's the gift that guide is showing you. The guide's showing you all of the force of compassion in your life that may not appear the way that others expect it to. But that doesn't mean that it's not the same care or application of it. Thank you so much for having that dream reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, and here's the thing about it, there's some deeper work that we can do in that dream that you and I can unpack as well. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that interpretation. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Nova. Hi there, Estevan. Good to see you today. And thank you for sharing the live, Estevan. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for confirming. Okay, thank you for confirming what you saw there, Per. Hi there, Louise. Oh my goodness. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. If you can send me a direct message about the information you have on it, I can do my best to share it across any channels that are available to me. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Absolutely. And Mitch, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Per. How you doing today, Daniela? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. How you doing today, Ryan? All right, the next person we are reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, you will be the next person read for. You'll also be read for once we complete the daily collective. Excellent. Second call for Lisa right now. Second call. Oh, we're doing another dream. Excellent. Perfect. How are you doing today, Recovery? And welcome, Princessa. Okay, just bear with me a moment. Excellent. How you doing today, dear? How you doing today, Dino? Welcome. Hello. Okay. You got it. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Lisa. I'm on it. I'm going to look back and find it. I've got it here. Perfect. And just a reminder to those who are joining us, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you just need to post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And before we continue right now, and Astrathia, thank you for the follow. Always appreciated. You're welcome. And Mitch, thank you for sharing the live. Okay. What do we have here? And before we continue with Lisa's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And you guys know what we do before we start a dream interpretation. I've got the dream coconut here. All right, let's get to it. In my dream, I began picking at my molars because it felt like there was something in them. And all of a sudden, tiny pieces began to fall out of my mouth. I rushed to someone I assume was a friend in the dream and tell them what just happened. Then I began picking at them again, just trying to feel around and see what came out. And as I was doing this, a whole tooth falls out. I hurried to a bathroom mirror, and 2 more teeth came out from where the cracking occurred. I'm standing in the mirror, looking in my mouth, and all 3 of these teeth were on my left side molars. There was a huge gaping area with 3 holes. And I started panicking, and I tried calling the dentist and telling them it was an emergency, but no response came from them. I show my mom, and she doesn't have any solutions for me. I thought of all of this. I had a few pieces of my teeth in my hand, trying to salvage them, but somehow I've lost each piece. And suddenly, I'm at a school. And I missed my first class, and I just entered my second class at 9 a.m. And I remember reading the schedule on the chalkboard. in the hallway before walking in this room, which is how I figured out I missed an entire class. And I'm trying to speak and start the class while all of my teeth are missing. That's okay. Okay, I got you. It's a rough dream. Let's get to it. Yes, can I please get, yeah, can I get 4 cards, please? 2 more. So, what's interesting about this dream is you're not identifying. Okay, you're not identifying um, a, a singular situation or circumstance by which, and I want to point this out. There's something more important that we identify that's happening in this dream space, and it has to do with working through um, situations and circumstances that are not necessarily energetically specific. Okay? I would not be surprised if you carry trauma wherein another person promised something to you and then tried to articulate that you weren't being specific. Like you weren't being specific about it, right? Because and this is the quality and condition that we effectively identify there, because in the space by which you identified what was happening in your mouth space, like in the space of your mouth, is you felt like there were things falling out of your mouth, right? Things falling out of your mouth before a tooth came out. So what this effectively is working through, it's a shadow work dream that you're navigating as it relates, right? As it relates to situations and circumstances where we effectively we say something without thinking, right? Or we say something without like, like we say something dismissively, and then a tooth falls out. What you're basically saying is you're working through, right? You're working through the fear of others energetically misperceiving, misconstruing something that you say, right? That requires or causes like them, like another person to energetically depart away from you. Okay, now, and this is why you identified the fact that you even said in the dream space you ran into the bathroom, right? Which is working through a space of intimacy, and then you saw 2 more coming out, right, where the cracking occurred. And you were standing there looking at your mouth. You had all of these teeth. You were identifying that they were molars, and there was a huge gaping area with where these holes were. And you said you started panicking, and you tried to call the dentist and telling them there was an emergency, but no response from them. But that is what we get. Like, that's what you identify in the space by which you articulated upon no response from them, right? Because it's working through, right? And then you identified that you showed this to a parent and they said that they had no solutions for you, because All of this you identified had a few pieces of teeth in your hand trying to salvage them, but somehow you'd lost each piece. So the observation and the understanding that when we, and this is the thing you have to recognize, the state and nature of care is not articulated upon what effectively we energetically give back towards things, but it's the observation of being able to amplify the care that's expressed as we ourselves are navigating or identifying or energetically working through them. So what we effectively see that's occurring there is the observation, right? And this is what the guides are showing you in that dream space, right? The observation of understanding that the work that one does when you effectively articulate or communicate with someone whose job it is to effectively to navigate that, right? The fact that they themselves were not considering it an emergency that requires you, right? It requires you to have to take greater initiative, right? And then also the space by which you identified or went to someone who you energetically cared about and they weren't necessarily sure what to do about it. This is basically working into the state or nature of the trauma that you yourself have potentially experienced. Because what we work through with the shadow work dream is the guides effectively show us things, right? There's nothing that we can experience in a dream that we haven't experienced before. So these are the guides showing you why you might have concerns or have a hard time communicating upon your needs, right? Because you've potentially had experiences by which you've articulated a need and others have abandoned you, right? Rather than coming to effectively help you. And that's why you identified the feeling, right? You had those experiences by which you identified that you felt like things were falling out of your mouth. And what happened afterwards? A tooth came out. Because so long as we're energetically specific, right? So long as we work towards the energetic specificity of what it is that we ourselves are in need of, right? Then that ability to effectively recognize and identify and throw our energetic arms around things, right? This is what we effectively see was continuing, because even in the space by which you identified that you were working to salvage and resolve, and you identified the fact that you said that you were suddenly at school and you identified that you'd missed a class and then you were entering a second class late, what you're basically navigating is working into, right? When we are helping or we are reinforcing to others, it doesn't require us to do everything for ourselves, right? It's the ability or the understanding of having an energetic supportive system. Because when we have an energetic supportive system, right, then the system effectively and articulates and amplifies and builds into the context of what it is that we're working through. So all of this is potentially helping you to identify and recognize the source of anxiety that you potentially carry within the self. And what is that source of anxiety that we see? The observation of healing from traumatic experiences in the past where it felt like you expressing, right, you articulating upon needs, and instead of receiving the care that you need, right, others put distance from it, okay? And then in the same capacity, that observation or the understanding of energetically working through things, and in the context by which you're effectively working through things, bottom of the deck, and it's interesting to see another card come up, Okay. This is what we see when we come into the context of patience, right? Because when we're working through temperance and patience, this whole dream is a dream about patience. Because when we have energetic patience, it's identifying upon the things that need to effectively, and here's the thing about it, patience is not waiting, okay? Patience is understanding the quality of priority by which something needs to be energetically attended upon, right? And this is what happens. And again, this is what's difficult, especially with a shadow work dream like this, okay? Because we see the observation of working through, right? Working through the state or nature of the guides, identifying and qualifying on your own ability of being patient. You're very patient in this dream space, right? Because in the dream space, we see you like you're going through a crisis. Like you're literally going through a crisis in the dream space. And I need to point out, did you panic once? Did you panic once in the dream space as you're going through that? No, right? You're going to others and you're articulating upon your need, right? And that ability to effectively facilitate, I wouldn't be surprised if you're working through situations by which another person is trying to identify the fact that there's nothing, like the guides are basically showing you in the dream space, there's absolutely nothing impatient about you. But patience does not mean that we just wait upon things, right? Patience is the understanding of the quality and condition by which we recognize and identify what the priority is. And then in the activation of that prioritization, right? We work into, we energetically work into that resolved solution. So we see that this is the guides basically helping you to understand how good you are at navigating your own resolve in terms of being able to identify, okay? Because there you were, right? And I want to just show you this. Like, do you see how heroic you are in this dream space? You're in school, right? And you identified the fact that you missed the first class and you entered the second class, and you remember reading the schedule as you were walking into the room, and you figured you missed an entire class. But there you are, right? There you are putting all of your effort and concern, right? On what is energetically happening around you, on the needs of others, in the context by which your own teeth are missing, right? So this is the guides, like this dream is the guides reflecting and showing you that there's not a selfish bone within you, right? So the ability for you to articulate and ask for things is not being articulated from the space by which you're identifying, right? You're not asking for things selfishly. But if others are trying to articulate that you are, right? Then the guides are like almost referring you back to this dream space to show, right? Because this is the context by which you're potentially working through something, right? It's not, I feel like there's something about the dream space that's helping you heal in terms of understanding that the quality and condition by which you're working through things should be the observation of you finding the mutual support, right? Like that mutual support that is identified even as you're in the space of trying to be able to do something as effectively as you can. So, and with this, like I think it's amazing that you had that Four of Swords coming through in its reversal, because the Four of Swords coming through, right? The Four of Swords coming through in the bottom of the deck says that if you're working tirelessly for others and others are demanding upon you, then that tells you everything you need to know about the relationship and the situation. Because, right? Like there you are, right? There you are going through a crisis, right? That would have others on their back. And what do we see you doing in the dream space? Right? You're moving through it. You're moving through it with a care and consideration because that shows the full nature of your own heart space. So it's interesting because the guides are effectively bringing, I feel like the guides, and we would have to understand the quality of what you're navigating right now, but the quality and condition of you being able to recognize this, I feel like this is helping you heal from a situation, right? Helping you really understand the quality and condition of working through experiences that try to articulate, right? Trying to articulate upon your own level of care towards things while being energetically aware. Like when we care about each other, we're energetically aware of everything that we're navigating. We don't get subjective on another person in with the quality and condition of, like, I keep on hearing somebody making a judgment without having a conversation with you, right? Because that's what's so fascinating about that, right? The moment that you effectively speak, another person would see the fact that you are in energetic need. So that ability of you being able to work through that is helping you on your healing journey, because it can be hard to talk about, right? Like if you've gone through that, it can be hard to talk about our feelings because you're experiencing a situation by which you felt like those feelings led to isolation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it can definitely communicate grief, but the thing that we're seeing that's important about this dream space that separates it from a typical tooth dream is the fact that there are all these pieces that were coming out prior, right? That weren't necessarily connected to the tooth falling. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely. And thank you so much for also being here and receiving these messages. Yaki, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Thank you as well, Lisa. How you doing today, Creative? And welcome, Monstar. Thank you. How you doing today, Barbie? Thank you as well for receiving this message, Nicole. Yeah, there was, right? But like, I think it's important too, because I feel like the Temperance card appearing in both, right? The guides are showing you that because it shouldn't have to be like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the thing is, and I need to point out, some abandonment wounds, some abandonment wounds are for us to be able to resolve upon. Some abandonment wounds that we experience, right? Like, it's not something that we can heal. It's being able to recognize and identify what we effectively went through. So if you're going through an experience by which you were navigating something different, like something difficult, and others effectively put distance to you, like around you, it's not surprising that you're having a lot of feelings related to that, because that's what we effectively identify is occurring in the state or nature by which you identified, right? And I want to stress this: the guides are showing you that the quality and condition by which you can only help others, your ability to help others is qualified and quantified by being able to have support yourself, right? So that's why, like, and I think that it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised upon the fact by which you're identifying or working through your own journey, because the journey by which you identified that you stated that your teeth were missing was having to work through experiences in the past that felt like the isolation in being able to articulate upon true things that have happened to you. I hope that helps, dear. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. So those were all of the readings that we had that had priority before we get started on today's daily collective. And before we continue though, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Also, if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. If you are a paid subscriber there, you have the same benefits that we have mentioned for those who are um, paid member, those who are super fam, which means you have a discount on the reading as well as the opportunity of receiving a free 1 card each day. Excellent. Bear with me one moment. And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Before we continue on our daily collective, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you can do so, and you will be the first person that will be read for once we complete the daily collective. I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back as well. In a moment. Excellent. All right. And thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. How you doing today, Amazon? We are doing daily. We're about to get started on the collective read midnight. We are going to be beginning that as well. That said, just bear with me one moment and we'll get started. No better time than the present. Excellent. Thank you so much. Why don't we begin? Try to make sure that this perfect. All right. Bear with me one moment, just making sure that this is recording. Excellent. Mhm. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, August 3rd, 2026. We are going to be starting today with a masculine, feminine, and non binary energy update. We're going to be starting right now with masculine energy. Can I please get 3 cards for masculine, highest priority? What are we starting? We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine. 3 cards for masculine to begin our day with. Bearing in mind, again, this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. We've got the 2 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the 7 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with the Emperor card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're potentially seeing related to this energy right now. So some important things to keep in mind in terms of working through what we're identifying astrologically. We've got 2 very important planets that are currently in retrograde. Those 2 planets that we see are in retrograde right now are Saturn and Neptune, and they're both in retrograde in Aries. This is an observation or understanding of working through situations and circumstances by which we ourselves are trying to identify and recognize what it is that we're trying to do better, right? And the quality and condition of understanding that when we are working towards what's mutually beneficial, we have to be observational in recognizing and identifying what we ourselves are working to change. Now, what's hard about this is I can see that for a lot of the masculine energy working through circumstances and situations of this nature, it's often the space by which others build a false perception of us, right? And the thing about it, and I like to point this out, when we get to know one another, right, it's the conversation that we should have is never built upon the energetic disappointment of what we effectively find there, right? The understanding or the quality and condition of arriving into ourselves is often articulated by the quality and nature that we are held, right? And when we are held, it's understanding that sometimes when we're being held, that is quiet, right? Because it's the understanding of quietly held that helps us to effectively heal. Because often, and this is what happens, right? Often, the conversation that occurs, right, from those who try to articulate or arbitrate upon what masculinity is, right, is often the conversation by which another person has not been necessarily held effectively, right? And so when we recognize the shape of that trauma, then we're able to effectively work to heal because, and you'll often see this, like masculine energy having to work through, right? Having to work through unresolved feelings related to being able to effectively identify and recognize the space of being appreciated or taken care of that is amplified and articulated upon either the physical holding that we energetically feel, but also the emotional holding, right? The spiritual holding. And that observation, and this is why we talk about the danger, right? There's a danger in articulating that masculinity is built upon a lack of feeling, because that lack of feeling that we identify there has to do with a false sense of stoicism. Because what happens if you stop yourself from being able to feel anything? If you stop yourself from being able to feel anything, then you can't feel when another person is emotionally or spiritually taking care of you, right? Like you're only looking for physical, representations of what it means to be held. But when we're building into, and this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy that's working to heal in this way, right? That observation of understanding that the emotions that are connected to it allow our own ability to not only feel more, but also to express the emotions upon the things that we care about, right? Because our empathy is our hidden well of strength, right? The empathy that we feel for one another is effectively where all of our emotions are kept. So when others, right, when others effectively try to articulate upon the fact that masculinity is effectively disconnected from emotions, what they're really doing is another person is denying you all of that, all like it's severing your own connection to an entire world that's potentially around you that exists in the emotions, right? The emotional wealth that is that is what we create. Our emotional wealth is found in the emotional health because it's the ability to effectively understand and experience the world that is around us through the perception of being able to recognize and identify, right, how others feel about things, what others are energetically going through. And sometimes it can feel overwhelming, but our ability to effectively understand, right, helps us to build into the shape and nature of our own of our own space by which we effectively are trying to understand more. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see here, and I think it's interesting because particularly for masculine energy, like this is what I mean about that. It's like the double whammy of like Neptune and Saturn in retrograde at the same time, which can sometimes make us feel, right? It can make us feel very isolated. It can make us feel very frustrated. It can make us feel very much like we're working into a state of quietude with the self. But then, in the context by which we are effectively working through things, right? We identify the investiture of our own energetic health. So I feel like this is important because I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy, um, being able, like the healed masculine energy, working upon communicating in this way, um, I wouldn't be surprised if there's energy that's either identifying and articulating upon that to be able to fortify their own feelings of finding energetic strength in their emotions, right? While also helping others understand, and this is what I keep on getting, that our emotional strength is not necessarily communicated in relation to the emphatic nature of our emotions, but the way that we effectively work, right? When we are building into our healthy egoic nature, then we're able to identify whether the emotions we feel are asking us to go inward, right? To do the work on repairing within the self, or if they're asking us to go outward in terms of being able to articulate and do something that makes us feel more energetically fortified upon where we apply our sense or our state of care. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy here, but and I want to point out this is what can often feel like difficult when we're going through retrogrades of this nature, because it can bring a lot of the past, right? A lot of the past energetically or emotionally resurfacing. But when the past is energetically resurfacing, it allows our ability to be able to perceive upon it because we see things with better clarity, right? Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And what do we have coming through for feminine energy right now? 3 cards for feminine. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot right now for feminine energy. We've got the 10 of Swords in its upright. the Three of Wands in its upright, and the Chariot in its upright. So, what are we identifying right now for feminine energy? It's interesting, and I want to just show you the similarity in some of these cards that we're seeing, because we've got a Seven of Wands in its reversal for masculine, right? And we've got a Ten of Swords in its reversal for feminine. So the one thing that I want to effectively identify in relation to those cards is working into the context or the understanding of being able to energetically and recognize upon the nature of experiences where we are able to articulate and amplify to another the energetic work or the things that we effectively feel that help us to effectively communicate better, right? And what's interesting about that is, um, you know, I feel like the thing about it that we often see is feminine energy having to effectively heal from situations or circumstances by which another person tries to qualify upon their try, as it were. And what do we mean about being able to effectively qualify upon our try? It's understanding that when we're working into the recognition of being able to energetically do something, then our ability to effectively, like our ability to help facilitate upon something, is only qualified by the state or condition by which another person can identify what they themselves would prefer that one does, right? And here's the thing about it, because when you understand, like, this is the nature by which a lot of the feminine energy is working to heal, right? Because when another energy is demanding energy from the self, right? They'll often implement the word try, because try is very convenient, isn't it? Try doesn't have a specific thing connected to it, right? It's just the idea of another person articulating the demand for more energy. So that's why I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like that's what's interesting about that, right? Like, energy of feminine that's healing from circumstances or situations that feel more connected to trying rather than to doing. Because, and here's the thing you have to understand, the quality and condition upon which we're able to simply articulate to another, right? The towards it allows us to be able to utilize one's time effectively. And this is why, for a lot of the energy, working through experiences, right? Right? Like, I like to point out, like, this is a lot of feminine healing from experiences hurt by another person's ubiquity as it relates to the word try. Because it's very convenient, isn't it? It's very convenient. It's very convenient when another person isn't energetically specific, because that way, if they effectively prefer something, they can articulate upon it. But if they don't, they can move away from it. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, the ability to amplify or articulate upon needs is acting in accordance with being one another's shelter, as it were, right? Because when we're working into the context of energetic shelter, then we're able to identify and recognize, right? The point by which we ourselves are trying to effectively facilitate upon things, while also being very energetically clear in terms of what it is that we effectively expect, right? Because, and like a lot of the feminine energy working through this, right? The beauty of energetic specifics is the space by which feminine feels held, because it's the ability by which you articulate upon something and then you're able to arrive to it, that allows you to be able to put your energy in places of better effect. So this is a lot of like, this is like a lot of the feminine energy potentially articulating, either in conversations or working through things, the difference between what feels effective, right? What feels energetically effective is what is effectively directive, because through articulating through effectiveness, we are able to not only meet energetic expectations, but also exceed them. So there's something very beautiful about that, because I feel like for a lot of the conversations, this is either feminine healing, helping others understand or navigating from trauma, right? Navigating from trauma as it relates to amorphous, right? Healing from trauma with amorphous goals, or simultaneously identifying and recognizing what feels like it's effective in the space by which another person is being directive. So there's something very beautiful about that, but it feels very much like feminine articulating upon what it means to heal in the space of being each other's shields, right? And that is bringing us into non-binary energy. 3 cards. We're using the Tarot del Fuego. Yep, we've got the Four of Wands in its reversal, and we've got the Two of Cups in its upright. Now, this is very interesting because we see a Two of Cups in its reversal in the masculine space, so we're going to talk about that. As well as the Temperance card in its reversal. So, what we're effectively identifying for non-binary energy right now, and I want to point this out, it's interesting because the word that I keep on seeing is when we are identifying and recognizing and working towards, like, it's interesting because in the feminine space, I'm seeing conversations about energetic, like building into healthy shield. For non-binary, I feel like it's more about working into the context of vulnerability. And the thing that I'm identifying with vulnerability is, and the thing about it is, when one is working through vulnerability, the space by which another, right, the space by which another articulates or communicates upon one's own sense of, like building into one's own sense of energetic anxiety, or building into one's own sense of navigating through circumstances or situations, is the effective amplification or articulation of being able to recognize and identify the understanding of working through mature conversations. And the reason I keep on getting this is when another person is in a space by which they can't navigate a mature conversation, the thing that you effectively identify is working through the quality and condition, right? The quality and condition by which we are able to articulate upon our own energetic feelings about things. And the thing about it is, you'll often notice this, right? When you have recognized, when you're being the voice of energetic maturity in a room, right? It's often the fact, it's often articulated by others, right? Trying to rush through something that you yourself are identifying needs to effectively be slowed down and looked at with a deeper sense of understanding, right? Because you have to recognize that often the context of effectively rushing through things is working into the context of energetically avoiding, right? And so it's working through it's working through conversations related to speed. And the thing about it that you'll often notate is that when we're working through our own anxiety, like when we're working through our own anxiety, then things are moving in the direction that we aspire, and we'll identify that things are moving too quickly, right? Because it's the quality and condition by which our own unexpectedness, in terms of recognizing the momentum, can often help us to identify and recognize that that allows us the ability to move through something with a sense of energetic speed. Whereas if we move through things too quickly, right? When we're building into the sense of the self, then that is different. So I feel like it's very interesting because I'm not sure why, but I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, helping helping identify the energetic speed by which we apply to things is being able to identify and move through things effectively, because the speed, right, the rapidness that one brings to something when there isn't a lot of time to do it is something that is mutually healthy, right? It allows for health to be added or facilitated towards something. But when we move too slowly, right, in the same way, when we're moving too quickly, right, for no reason, right, then that can often be indicative of working through something in a way by which we're not being energetically perceptive of, right, the energy around us. So I feel like it's interesting because for a lot of the non-binary energy, it's working through the observation of the speed that we bring towards things that feels like it's a welcome relief versus navigating the feeling, right? Rather than navigating the feeling of being energetically rushed, that does not give one the ability to energetically plan or prepare correctly. So I feel like for the energy, it's either working through one of those, the other, or in some cases, potentially both. Now, this brings us to back to the masculine energy. And for masculine right now, masculine heart space, can I get 3 cards, please? We're going to be utilizing for masculine right now the Aquarian Tarot. 2, 3. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the 2 of Pentacles in its upright. And we have, wow, we've got the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. These are all pentacles here. These are all pentacles that we're seeing that are happening right now in the heart space of masculine. And we're gonna talk a little bit about them here, because the thing about it, you have to observe. And masculine, I feel like again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. You know, the word I see the word I see that's being navigated here has to do with I just keep on hearing there's no me in the heart space. Right? There's no And what I mean by that, there's no me in the heart space, means and the reason we identify the observation of saying there's no me in the heart space is that when we are working into, right, this is what we mean by inner child healing, right? Because inner child healing is working into the context of being able to navigate what feels energetically comfortable, right? It's working through the observation of mutual comfortability. And when you understand that, when we understand that this was something we were talking about again as it relates to mutual comfortability, that the mutual comfortability that we effectively bring to things is amplified and articulated upon the energetic consideration by which we effectively move through things, then we identify and recognize that mutual comfortability that is often communicated with a feeling of reciprocity, right? And when we understand that comfortability and reciprocity are working into the context by which we articulate and understand, right? When we're working through things that feel energetically reciprocal, then our ability to effectively, right? And this is what often happens when we're working into the context of trying to do something, you have to be energetically prepared to make others feel uncomfortable. But the uncomfortability that we energetically see there, right? The uncomfortability that we energetically see there is working into the observation, right, of the state or nature by which we are trying to effectively identify and recognize how we are trying to do something better, right? And so I think that this is really important here because, particularly and especially with this Queen of Pentacles in its reversal and the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. And what do you see here? The Two of Pentacles in its upright. These are beautiful cards, right? These are beautiful cards that we potentially recognize or identify in relation to navigating the space of one another's energy, because it identifies and articulates upon our own, like, our own sense of energetic energetic consideration, right? And when we are building into healthy energetic consideration, then we're able to effectively identify and recognize the force by which another is effectively trying to articulate or facilitate upon things. So we see here, like, this is beautiful because for a lot of the masculine energy, right, this is masculine energy, the healed masculine energy that is working upon the understanding that when love is working right, love is a beautiful energetic connector. And the connector that we see that is built upon love is the observation. The connection that we feel in love is built and based upon empathy, right? The ability to potentially perceive and understand the quality and condition by which another individual articulates and arrives to things. So I feel like for a lot of the energy working through circumstances and situations of that nature, right? Being able to effectively identify and communicate upon things while also being very energetically clear to another upon the shape of intention of one's own feeling, right? I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is recognizing, right? Like conversations that effectively help one to understand the nuanced nature, right? The nuanced nature of complicated relationships. And here's the thing about it, right? Like, that's the gift, right? That's the gift that you have when you build into a deeper connection with your emotions, right? The gift that you find when you build into a healthy relationship with your emotions is a whole world that you're able to perceive as it relates to the complicated nature of others' nuanced energetic connections, right? Because it identifies and articulates upon the fact that emotions, right, like emotions have shape, they have heft, they have weight, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that when you try to articulate and define that coming into maturation is about the denial of emotions, what you're really doing is you're closing doors at a time by which you should be energetically opening them. It's like you should, it's understanding, right? It's working into, and this is the shape of the trauma that we've often experienced, right? Someone being like, yeah, I didn't know what to do with those feelings, so I just stopped feeling them. I didn't know what to do with this. Just turn it off, it'll be fine, right? Like that does not, like that doesn't, the like, and this is what happens with Pluto and Aquarius, right? Because Pluto and Aquarius says when you turn something off and put it somewhere, right, it's still there, it's just not being addressed. So this is a lot of the energy that's getting, like, I feel like there's a lot of masculine that's working through the understanding of healthy processing, because healthy processing allows one the capacity to be able to feel more, right? So there's a lot of that work that I see that's being energetically expressed. Now moving towards feminine, 3 cards for feminine, please. And for feminine right now, we're going to be utilizing, what are we going to be utilizing right now? We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. We've got the 6 of Swords in its upright. We've got the King of Wands in its reversal. And we've got the Ace of Swords in its reversal. I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of sword energy. There's a lot of sword energy right now in the feminine energy. And it's interesting too, because, and here's the thing about it. When we're working into the context of swords, and I want to point out, like, none of these swords that I see in the feminine space they're not working through, right? They're not working through energetic hostility, right? Like all of these cards that we see here, and I want to show you this, right? Because this is really important. We've got a 10 of Swords in its reversal with a 6 of Swords in its upright, okay? Right? The 10 of Swords in its reversal with the 6 of Swords in its upright is often, right? It's working through the observation and context by which one is able to articulate, amplify, and define to another, right? What another person has to energetically experience on the reg, right? And that's the thing about it. And you'll often see this, like feminine energy understanding the quality and condition by which someone encounters a sharp thing, right? And being like, oh, why are they so, like, you can't judge another's sharpness until you know what they have to deal with on the reg. Okay. And that's the thing about it, right? You'll see somebody like, oh, why is that person so sharp? Have you seen what they have to deal with every day? Okay. You would be sharp too. Okay. And that's what you have to recognize, right? That's what trauma tries to do with us, right? Trauma tries to make us sharp edged. Okay? Trauma tries to make us sharp edged, right? And then it's like the trauma perpetuates, because then you're encountering everything from a point of sharpness, and then being like, oh, like, why, oh, you see that? Yeah, like it's the quality and condition by which trauma tries to inform upon itself, right? And that's the hardest thing about it, is like feminine always having to go through the experiences by which others expect feminine energy to navigate through sharpness and come out softened in some way. But so even in the context by which feminine articulates upon that, right? That is the quality and condition by which feminine is effectively navigating towards the space by which, when one is being energetically receptive and respective, then one understands the quality and condition by which one is receiving another person's sharpness, which is the quality by which, and here's the thing about it, sharpness is often indicative upon effectiveness, right? The quality of effectively trying to do something in a direct way which is navigating upon the state or nature by which we ourselves are trying to effectively communicate to another, right? That quality is something, right? It's not another person's ability to judge upon what they're energetically finding in another, so much as potentially understanding the cause and the reason why, right? And that is the work that we do, right? That is the work that we do within the self, right? The observation of building into the understanding of moving through others' expectations, right? Versus our own energetic authenticity. And so I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, working through that, their ability to effectively communicate to another, right? Not just the state or nature of the feelings, but the way that the feelings, right? The way that the feelings effectively come through. Okay. What we basically identify is it's like I just keep on getting some of it is amplified and articulated upon, right? The quality and condition of being able to navigate what is energetically necessary in order to effectively facilitate upon things. So everything I'm potentially seeing there is a lot of the feminine energy having to effectively, right, articulate upon experiences by which they effectively have to effectively do something. And in the space by which one is trying to do something, another person is judging the quality of how nice, right? Like how nice you're being as you're trying to facilitate upon it. Right? Like, it's not, you can't, there's like, I just keep on getting that observation of working through that. But even in the context by which one is effectively working through that, it's healing because it's the state or nature of conversation upon the fact that often when feminine energy is asked to do something, they have to do it doubly, right? Because not only do they have to be effective, but they have to effectively appear appealing while they're trying to do something effectively, which is absolutely, I feel like feminine energy almost observing or articulating to others the ridiculousness of experiences built upon that, right? Because when you're being effective, right? You're not doing things for appeal, you're doing what is energetically necessary. So there's a lot of that work that we see that is healthy, but that's why I point out there's a lot of swords there in the feminine space, but the swords are all, like, I like to point this out, an ace of swords in its reversal, right? An ace of swords in its reversal identifies the quality and condition by which we're able to articulate to another, right, what we ourselves are working through, but not just what we're working through, like what we're trying to effectively resolve and fix. So there's something very important about that in terms of the feminine energy, like identifying that feelings are okay, right? But feelings are okay when you feel it, when you feel safe to express why you're feeling that way. Now this brings us to the non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards for non-binary, please? And we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot right now for the heart space of non-binary. 3 cards, please. Ooh, we've got the Temperance card up. So we've got, this is wild. We've got double Temperance right now in the space of working through non-binary. We got the Temperance card in its upright. We've got the Temperance card in its reversal. So like that. Remember when I was just speed. It's like time. Yeah, it's energy. Yeah, that's qualifying upon that. We've got the King of Pentacles in its upright there, and we've got the 6 of Wands. And so the thing we're recognizing in relation to the non-binary heart space right now is, like it's the thing about it I want to point out that I feel like is happening is it really is the identification point with these cards that says, you could literally you could literally be doing everything. You could literally be doing everything in your energetic power, right? Like, you know what these three cards mean? Like, these three cards mean that you could be doing everything in your power to be trying to help everybody around you, right? Like, you could be doing everything in your power to help everyone around you at every single moment, right? And you would still hear a me, right? You would still hear a me. And what is that me, right? Which is the amplification of understanding the quality and condition of working through like some energy, right? And it's saying, it's like it's trying to articulate upon some energy that tries to navigate the quality and condition of demanding something energetically special, right? Like, that's what the ego does, like that's what the ego does. The ego, like, right? Like, that's what, like, you could be doing everything, right? You doing everything for everyone under the sun. You could be doing everything, right? And you'll come across someone that tries to articulate or amplify the fact that you're not like, and I keep on getting, it's the same message I often get when I'm reading in here, which says precious, not special, right? And what do we mean by precious, not special, right? The quality and condition by which we're effectively trying to navigate or do things requires us to navigate things preciously, which is working, right? Which is understanding, right? The quality and condition by which we effectively try to articulate and understand the time that we're effectively trying to apply to things, right? And so that observation of working through things is how we articulate upon what we identify and recognize as energetically precious, right? Because when we recognize that our time and energy, right, everything we do is precious, then we try to utilize it in ways that feels like it's most beneficial to those around us, right? To the self, to all those around us. And there you'll be, right? There you'll be trying to utilize your energy as preciously as you can, right? And another individual, right, articulating upon the quality and condition by which another isn't, like, someone working through the energetic feelings, right? It's the observation of understanding. It's the same thing I was seeing in the feminine space, moving into non binary, which says, like, we work through, right? We work through the feelings that are energetically healthy. Because when we're working through the feelings that are energetically healthy, then we're able to effectively implement, right? We're able to effectively implement ways to navigate those emotions that help to identify and amplify upon what it is that we ourselves are trying to articulate. And the thing about it, and when you think about it in that way, there's no negative feelings, right? Because either you're working through the space of having rational feelings upon things, and there you are with your rational feelings, and you're working upon the context of being able to energetically communicate through them, right? The observation of being able to identify and recognize what you yourself are trying to effectively do better, right? Or you're navigating another person's feelings and the space by which you're navigating another person's projections. A healthy conversation is always articulated and amplified as it relates to an individual's or others identifying what they themselves would aspire to be done that is better, right? Because, and this is what we identify in terms of those that get like working through the emotions that feel like they often interfere. The emotions that interfere often arrive in the space by which we have feelings upon something, but in the same context by which we have those feelings, we have difficulty being able to articulate to another why we have them. And it's that modality of being able to work through the exploration, right? Then that, like, the best thing I like to point out is it articulates upon exposition, because as we exposit or as we articulate upon it, then we're able to see and recognize how we're trying to energetically heal more. So that work that we potentially facilitate there, I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working through something. But even in the context by which they're energetically working through something, they're building into the context of understanding and expressing to another the full investiture of their own feelings, because they're identifying, right? They're working through those feelings in ways that are leading to, right? They're leading to the understanding of mutual energetic benefit. So I feel like it's hard because it's basically saying, like, it's a conversation that says, like, as you're working through something logically, right? Be prepared to see those who are being unreasonable, right? And your ability to perceive someone being unreasonable, well, congratulations, that you're not the one being unreasonable. If you're seeing unreasonable energy all around you, then the ability for you to be able to perceive it usually articulates that that's not you being unreasonable, right? That recognizes, it helps you to understand the shape of nature of not only what you're healing from, but what effectively facilitates or allows something to be able to be done better, right? It's working into that context. And even in the context by which we do so, it builds into the observation of being able to identify why that's so energetically important. So continuing through, moving back towards masculine energy. Can I get 3 cards for masculine, please? We're utilizing the unconscious of masculine right now. And we're going to be utilizing for the unconscious, we're using the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. Oh, got a transverse there. All right. We've got the 10 of Cups in its reversal. We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. And we've got the Chariot in its reversal. Now, this is really interesting because the Chariot in its reversal, we've also got a Chariot in the feminine space that's in its upright. So let's talk about it. Because the 10 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the Knight of Cups in its reversal and the Chariot in its reversal, is how do I describe this? Because it's very, like, oh my goodness. I'm trying to find the right way to explain. I need like a minute to try to, because this is a hard thing to be able to put into words. Okay. The word that's coming through, right, is weak. Okay? There's a lot of masculine energy that has triggered, like there's a collective trigger, right, around the word weak. Okay. Let's talk about it, right? Because weak is very convenient. It's very convenient when someone can articulate the word weak, right? Because when another person says weak, they don't necessarily go about telling you what strong would look like, right? Right? It's performative, right? When another person says weak, what they're really saying is it's a call to perform. How does that change your relationship to the word weak, right? How does it change your relationship to the word weak when you recognize that every time somebody is articulating that you're weak, what they're really it's really a call to perform, right? They're asking you to become performative, right? There it is, right? What else is it? And when that's the thing about it, like when you recognize that and another person's around you articulating weak, 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 right? When you recognize that somebody just going, I want your energy, I want your energy, I want your energy, it's convenient, isn't it? Right? It's very convenient to identify weak, because rather to say weak than say, hey, I want some energy from you, right? Without doing anything, right? Without doing anything. Right? When you understand that weak is actually somebody saying, give me more, it changes your relationship to it. And the thing about it is those that effectively are still like, and here's the thing about it, like there's energy, right? There's a bunch of energy. And this is what we identify with. This is why we call it performative masculinity, right? Because what bunch of energy, when you see a bunch of energy shouting at each other, weak, 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 and they're performing for each other, right? Like that's what everybody else sees. Like that's what everybody else sees, right? Like you see, what are those guys doing? I don't know. They're performing for each other. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, like yeah, they're just performing for each other. It's like okay, that's why it's called performative, right? Just it's like a little echo chamber of individuals articulating weakness and then performing for each other, right? Like that's why it's defined as performative. So I feel like that observation, right? Like, and this is what's hard for like the masculine that's healing, right? Like, prepare, like, as you're healing and you're a healthy masculine, prepare to hear the word weak being thrown at you constantly, right? Because weak is not wheat. Weak is not wheat, right? Weak is saying perform for me. Wheat is saying give me something that energetically nourishes, right? It's not this space when you're doing something important and you don't have the breath to articulate upon weakness, right? When you're doing something important, you don't have the breath to expel, to articulate upon weakness. You're just too busy doing it. Weak is not wheat. Weak does not feed you, but there's energy around you all the time that wants your energy, and they want your energy, and they'll articulate to you that you're being weak, because when they're saying weak, what they're really saying is, I'd like more energy, please. More energy, please. So that is basically like, I feel like that's what's hard for a lot of the masculine energy, understanding the quality and condition by which that occurs, but being energetically inert to it, right? If you want to be a nerd to something, don't be a nerd to your emotions. Be a nerd to the absurdity of another person demanding that, articulating that you're weak when really they're thirsting for your energy, right? Well, for feminine, and that's exhaustive, right? It's exhausting to have to navigate that, but that's just the way it is, right? Because that's somebody who, again, they've shut off their feelings, and all they can say, right, when they have feelings, when somebody shut off their feelings, all they're going to be able to say is weak, right? Because they're really identifying the quality and condition of what they feel inside, right? When they say weak, whose weakness are they speaking towards? For feminine, 3 cards for feminine, please. And we're going to be utilizing for feminine, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego again. 3 cards, please. Oh, I already see where this is going. Feminine, right? Feminine. Have you been personally wrong because somebody said you were too strong? You might be. Have you been personally wrong because somebody said you were too strong? You might be entitled to compensation. Okay. But this is what we're effectively seeing too, right? Because this is a lot of the feminine energy, right? I know, it's wild. you should be strong, right? And this is why we're talking. I mean, we're going to talk about this right now because we're like working through strength relationships and the harmonic energy update, right? Right? It's really weird. It's a really sad state of affairs when another person departs from you by saying you're too strong for me. What? What? It's a really sad state of affairs when you're working through situations by which, like, but here's the thing about it, insecure energy, right? When you're working through another's insecurity, right? When another person is insecure, and they like, nobody wants to identify or articulate the space or nature by which one identifies that another individual is too strong for them. Like individuals, like here's the thing about it, you got the strongest feminine energy, right? You got the strongest feminine energy on this planet, and there's all these ridiculous stories around them because all the ridiculous stories around the strongest feminine energy in the planet is from insecure energy that doesn't want to say the simple truth of saying, yeah, that person was too strong for me. What is wrong with you? Because like strength is a good thing in relationship. Strength is a fortified partnership. And the fact that there are those that don't desire fortified partnerships, what are you looking for in relationship if you don't want a fortified partner? I'll wait. What are you exactly seeking in relationship if you see a fortified partner and you say, like, what are you looking for? Right? Because that's the thing about it. There are individuals that try to articulate upon the fact that there's something wrong with their counterpart when they really need to do some soul searching, right? The observation that if you're looking at someone and they're strong, right? And you're moving away from that, you need to do some soul searching. Okay. You need to, because the like that is your house. Right? That's your house. Why wouldn't you want a strong pillar in your house? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. But that's the quality and condition, right? That's the sad state of affairs, right? You want to talk about the sad state of affairs of a relationship, right? The sad state of affairs of a relationship are individuals who are not seeking strong pillars in partnership. Because when we're working through energetic stability, it's absolutely beautiful, right? And the stability that we create for one another, right? And I got to tell you right now, there like some of the hardest things that you navigate in this experience is working through, right? Like working through feminine energy, literally having trauma, and someone being like, yeah, if you were just a little more gentle, right? If you just had a little, if you just weren't so emotionally intelligent, this could have really been a thing. No, what? Like what? Like what? Right? Like feminine energy often seeing the nature of the sickness, right? Feminine energy often too many times having to bear witness to the nature of sickness, which is the nature of sickness being the observation of those who do not look for the healthy qualities that one would aspire for in partnership, rather than energy that is directly seeking out the over vulnerability, the traumatized energy, right? Literally, someone are moving away from another because they identify the fact that they're not expressing enough trauma to be in an unstable relationship. And so I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, right, that identification point of working through that is, right, it's the quality and condition, right? You're going to be effectively, you're going to have energy as you're being the strongest, saying, you're not being really appealing right now. You're not really being appealing, right? Being like, hey, you know what? Like being strong is not about appeal, but it's recognizing that there are those, right? There are those that haven't done the work on themselves that don't realize how unhealthy that is. So that's a lot of the feminine energy articulating that and also building into the context by which they identify, right? Like when you get strong, when you become strong in yourself, be ready to be able to perceive the state and nature of the energetic illness that's around the self that would rather see you in an energetically weakened state. And it's heavy, but it's also important because that identifies and articulates upon the shape of intention by which one is trying to effectively do something better or communicate through it. So we see that for a lot of the energy, being able to effectively facilitate upon that observation is what is effectively fortifying the conversation. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. 3 cards for non-binary, please. Unconscious, bottom of the deck, or let's see here. And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial system for this. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got the three of cups in its upright, the 7 of swords in its upright, and the 7 of pentacles in its upright. So that's double 7s right now in the non-binary unconscious with the 3, with the 3 of cups, right? And here's the thing about it. You know, it's working into the context of feeling, it's working into the context of often recognizing and identifying the nature by which when one feels balanced, be prepared in some way, shape, or form to feel energetically left out of things, right? Like, that's the truth about it. Like, working through, and here's the thing about it. When you're working towards a healthy balance, right? The quality and condition by which others, and here's the thing about it, if you're working towards balance and the quality and condition by which others allow one to feel left out, that's on them. That's not on you, right? And here's the thing, the thing you have to understand, and here's the thing about it, because it's working into the observation, right? It's working through the observation of what is identified as, the word that I'm seeing is click, right? And the thing about it is, when one is working towards purpose, there are no clicks, right? When you're working towards purpose, there are absolutely no clicks. What is a click when you're working towards purpose? Okay, it's nothing, because it's the observation of understanding, right? That when one is building into the energetic recognition of trying to do something, right? You know, there are those that will effectively be beside, around you, identifying and giving, right? Giving feedback in terms of how you're effectively trying to do something, rather than identifying and articulating upon the energy that puts towards things. So it's often, right, you just kind of allow the space by which you navigate it. And here's the thing about it, it can sometimes, it's hard on the heart space, right? It's hard on the heart space. It never gets easier on the heart space when you're working through situations that require one to be able to build into a sense of balance. But when you know, right, that the sound of love that is expressed around us is the observation of others who are able to identify and recognize what we ourselves go through, right? The quality and condition that is articulated by which another does not need to inhabit in order to have empathy for it, then that observation, right? The empathy that we often feel that is expressed in others that identify and recognize the energetic struggle that one goes through each and every day, right? That articulates upon the shape and nature by which we ourselves are working towards unified care. So I feel like it's interesting because it's a reminder to energy working through that if you're working towards balance, then you should be held preciously which is the observation by which another understands and recognizes what you effectively go through, even if they themselves don't necessarily experience it, because that's the hardest thing about it. Entitlement, right? The entitlement that we find in every form, right? The sound of entitlement that occurs is when we articulate upon our own lived experience and another person blinks and goes, I don't, you know what? I don't know if that's real because I've never experienced it. And all you can say is exactly, right? Like all you can say, being like, yes, correct. That's how entitlement works. Okay. Like that's, behold, that's what entitlement work. That's what entitlement means, right? It's the quality and condition by which you say, I just don't, I've never experienced it. And another person, and you go, yes, you're so close. You're so close. You are so close. You're so close. You're they're so close, right? Just allow that to effectively help you, right? Feel reaffirmed in the fact that you're energetically experiencing it, right? You're not alone in that. And those that understand that will hold you even closer for it. That is our daily collective read for today. Oh, bottom of the deck. What am I doing? I'm like, let's just move on. All right, bottom of the deck. All right, bottom of the deck right now for masculine energy, right? Masculine energy. High priestess in its reversal. And here's the thing. I don't mind a high priest. Listen, you know what I say. I don't mind seeing a high priestess in its upright, in its reversal. A high priestess is a high priestess, right? And the thing you have to recognize is the quality, the thing you have to recognize and understand when it comes to high priestess energy is there. And here's the thing about it. I know masculine energy understands this. There are those that articulate, there are those that sit there and sing the song of identifying the desire to find a high priestess energy in their life. It doesn't have to be masculine or feminine, right? But if you want to find a high priestess energy in your life, you know what you need to be prepared to do? You need to be prepared to listen. Okay? Right? You got a lot of you got like a masculine energy. Why can't I find the high priest, like yelling, singing, like loud, very loud, always with the talking about being able to not be able to find something, never actively energetically listening. Right? The why, right? The why that often removes the ability to be able to energetically listen, right? The quality and condition by which when we're working through, right? When we're working through the energetic frustration, right? And we say why, the first why we have to direct to ourselves, the first why that we direct is towards ourselves, right? we bring it back to ourselves, right? Because it's the observation of understanding the quality and condition by which we effectively, right? We do not exist to indulge each other's longing. I'm going to say that again. Nobody on this planet exists to indulge your longing, right? But there are those, right? There are those who have not done the work on themselves, and then they articulate that they can't find counterpart. And what are they effectively articulating, right? With all the stuff that they're saying, what everybody else hears is, why can't I find anyone to indulge my longing upon, right? Because the observation, why would anybody, like nobody, like, oh yes, I indulge their longing, right? Like, no, what is that? That's not a relationship. That's not a relationship. That's not a relationship that anybody would effectively ascribe to, right? So when we understand the quality and condition of what we are effectively, why, if we can't find someone, the question we need to ask ourselves is, what are we looking for, right? Because the journey isn't about seeking, it's about becoming, right? And when we recognize the fact that the articulation upon what we identify that we're energetically seeking forms the shape or nature of what we find, then we become much more invested in being able to see more, right? Because it understands, like, if you want to heal your relationship, understand the nature, right? Start with the nature of what it is that you're seeking to find there, because that allows for the context by which, right, every, like, there's no relationship that heals the longing, right, beyond the understanding of recognizing and reckoning with it within ourselves. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that's potentially facilitating and doing that work, and that's why we see, right, the healthy masculine energy working through that chariot in its reversal, not in its reversal, but in its transverse, right? It's identifying and recognizing upon it that allows new possibilities to energetically occur. While for feminine, bottom of the deck, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for feminine. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. We got double Knight of Pentacles out today in its reversal. Same energy, right? If someone's not doing anything, they don't have it, like, it's working through, right? It's working through the value of an opinion. Okay, it's working through. There's everybody on this. Everybody's got an opinion, right? Here's everybody. Here's everybody in existence in relationality to working through the context of our opinions, right? But opinions, right? Opinions are qualified by expertise. Okay? The value of your opinion is qualified by your expertise. And expertise is how the reason it's called expertise, okay? Expertise is how you are executing, how you are doing things, right? So there you go, right? Don't like, don't worry, right? Like, you can't weigh an opinion unless you can balance it with another person's effectiveness, okay? The opinion and the effectiveness, you can't, it works out like that. So it's working through, like, before you let another person bruise you with their opinion, you got to ask yourself, you can't let an opinion bruise you unless there's effective attached to it, right? You can't, don't let opinion bruise you unless there is effective attached to it, which is the quality and condition by which we're able to effectively navigate and recognize, right, what feels, what feels like it energetically balances and reinforces. So I feel like there's something really important about that that's being identified there, because this is a lot of the feminine energy that is healing, right? Because here's the thing about it. If you're in your feminine, right, get ready for everybody's unwarranted opinions constantly being flung at you, right? There's everybody with their, and sometimes, right? Sometimes an unwarranted opinion coming towards you as a slanted compliment, right? That's fun too. An unwarranted opinion coming towards you as a slanted compliment, which is an unwarranted opinion coming towards you as a slanted compliment is somebody saying, what would be really nice if you, like that, like, it'd be really nice if you, like, there it goes, here it comes, right? But just recognizing, right, like that, like that's like that, like there it is, like that, you're like, oh, be nice, oh good, a little unwarranted opinion, like a little unwarranted opinion coming towards one as a slanted compliment. I can't wait for this. Fun for non-binary energy right now. Bottom of the deck, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. I've got, like, it's not your job It's not your job to identify the quality and condition of the quality that you effectively bring to things, right? And here's the thing about it. You know, I like to point this out. There, I feel like for a lot of the energy, working through the ability to energetically completely assess what another person's blockage is, right? The thing about it is there are those that and I know that this sounds ridiculous, but I know that those who understand, there are those who would rather persist in a blockage, right? And it's heartbreaking, right? It's heartbreaking when you see those who would rather energetically persist in a blockage, because the quality and condition by which you observe those who would rather persist in a blockage is indicative. Like, never are you more angelic, is all I'm going to say. Okay? Never are you being more angelic than when you are able to perceive those that would rather persist in a blockage, right? Because the quality, you don't need to ask yourself, right, why another person would choose to persist in a blockage has more to do with their own ability not to heal from an abandonment wound, as it has no qualifier as the fact that you're bringing an energetic remedy to it, right? Right? If you are literally, you can literally, here's the thing about it, you can literally be exactly the source by which another person wished for something, right? But if another person isn't ready to do the work necessary in order to allow for the best thing to energetically happen, right? That is not your fault. That is not your issue. Okay? That is something that you are navigating through. And I know how, and here's the thing about it. It is confounding. It is absolutely confounding when you're working through circumstances and situations by which you're effectively trying to articulate to another, right? Working through the observation of being able to identify and communicate to another, right? Like what that effectively feels like. But the observation of being able to effectively navigate into that allows for the possibility of being able to see, right? Work through, if you're going through that, I want you to have compassion for your own for your own um for like for your own work of this, like the identification point of understanding and recognizing your own energetic feeling around that. Remember that you are energetically compassionate, and your space of navigating through that compassion starts with having compassion for yourself, right? If you're navigating through that, because that compassion that you're identifying there, your ability to perceive, it's painful, right? It's energetically painful when you're able to perceive the path by which you can see something being alleviated, but another person refuses to energetically see it, right? And if you see that, remember, that is not your failure point. That's something that they themselves are working through. And I feel like for a lot of the energy effectively articulating upon that, not taking it internally, is how one heals, because you're understanding. And I keep on getting, if you can identify the quality by which it would be energetically resolved, all you can do is work through, right? All you can do is understand that there are situations by which your efficacy is a blessing, right? If you're going through that, I want you to write that down. Your efficacy is a blessing. Your efficacy is a blessing. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated on our recent class related to the two cards of the Minor Arcana. Our next class will be on Friday, August 14th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the three cards of the Minor Arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have been studying prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary assessment by me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and our mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the moon cycles. I just wrote one recently on the full moon that we've navigated. I'll have one out shortly on this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter, so you'll be getting a free reading today. And thank you so much to Bridget. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Ivana, thank you for getting on the list as well. Good to see you today, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And for those who might be joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Please keep in mind that your paid membership offer you the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are members and subscribers over on the Clock app. Excellent. Grand Rising, Estevan. So good to see you today. And thank you for sharing the live, Mitch. Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Daniela? Welcome. All right. And Creative, thank you so much for those heart me's. I appreciate you. How you doing today, dear? How you doing today, La? Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Barbie. How you doing today, Alf? Welcome. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Mm-hmm. Hi there. How you doing today? Hello and welcome, Dino. Good to see you today. Oh, right back at you. Absolutely recovery. And how you doing today, Zeus? Mm-hmm. Excellent. Oh, well, one of the things I'm pointing out right now, Barbie, I've been talking to this about some individuals, to a lot of individuals, that sleep right now might be difficult. And the reason that we're seeing that sleep might be difficult is the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn retrograding in Aries, right? So that's either saying that like you're not able to sleep, but when you're sleeping, you are like down, right? It's like it is like it's like nothing and then like boom, like heavy sleep and then coming back out of it again. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Lisa. Thank you for having that reading with me, dear. Sending you support on that, dear. Absolutely. And thank you, Mamo and La and for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Welcome, Sumu. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I hope something here helps you today. I've got you on the list, Ivana. Excellent. And thank you, Gar, for those heart me's. Always appreciate them. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card today. Bridget. Exactly. Rich Rising, Janae. Good to see you. How are you doing today, dear? Oh, that's wild, Ella. How you doing today, Adam? Hi there, Ophelia. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the third person read for today. Great time to get on the list. And Irfan, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live, Justice. And Matt, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Dr. Genuine. How are you doing today? Thank you for reposting and thank you for sharing. Oh, that's wild, Addison. Really? Oh, wow. Thank you for letting me know. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. Mm-hmm. And Alexandra, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else wants to get, you'll be read for after Ivana. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Justice, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, I post I would say go ahead and post any songs you've got per in the song section of the disco. I got you, Ivana. You're all good. Excellent. All right, my friends. As I mentioned, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. I've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Zeus. 1 minute. I will also point out to anyone who's joining us on the place where we keep the videos, I've got a firm rule when it comes to repeating statements or non sequiturs. So if you're repeating the same statement over and over again, you will be muted and blocked. And if you're posting things that are not in relation to anything we're discussing here, that is also considered, that's also trying to create confusion in the chat space. I will also be removing you. I hope that helps, dear. And yes, Adele, we're all aware that Joshua loves us. I hope you're having a beautiful day, Daniela. Excellent. Good to see you as well, Kayla. I'm doing well today. How are you doing? Excellent. All right, let's get to it. The next person we're reading for today is going to be Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Hi, Kath. Kath, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Kath's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I feel like, Kath, one of these is for your reading. The other ones, yep. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the wolf. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And just looking up your question, Kath. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. 1 minute. All right, just bear with me 1 moment, dear. Okay. Excellent. All right, can I please get, it's a good choice, Melissa. All right, can I please get, let's see here. Oh, you've already got cards sticking to the table. Yep. And 2 more, please. Thank you. All right. Oh, good guess, Kayla. I do my best here, Daniela. That means a lot to me that you feel that way. Thank you so much. Okay. So the thing I keep on getting around, I mean, the message that's basically coming through is identifying and working through the limits of what you can do with what's available to you. I feel like there's something really important that I see is identified there. And I think it's interesting because I'm not sure why, but I feel like there's some kind of observation that's energetically occurring as it relates to a limited resource is what I'm getting. And the thing I'm just observing around that, um, it says to me that there's something very important that is effectively communicated as it relates to being able to identify and articulate to another between like I just keep on getting what you can actually do, right? Like what's in your power to effectively change and to navigate versus you having to work through situations and circumstances by which you recognize and identify um the best way I can describe it is like um when we're identifying or working through something in a way that we are able to effectively recognize what feels like I keep on getting this like the space by which something becomes mutually beneficial is the observation of being able to recognize or understand the quality and condition by which you are effectively trying to apply change to things and the work by which we effectively see and navigate that change, you know, that allows for the clarity in terms of being able to see what needs to be done. And what's beautiful about that is this feels like these two cards in combination feel like the sound of energy working to get their act together, right? And the thing about it that I want to describe when I see energy like this is when you are working towards energetically facilitating upon something, right? The state or nature by which another person has feelings about the fact that you're working more effectively or you're applying better energetic discernment towards things. I feel like the hard thing that I'm identifying there is communicating upon or observing into or energetically expressing what one needs to energetically express, but not just even not just in the expressing of it, but in the statement and condition by which you can understand um like 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 this is, and I want to point this out because you've got an ace of wands here with an ace of swords, right? And so the like this energy, like I got to point out all of these cards here. Like look at all these cards. All these cards are absolutely beautiful, right? Like here's all of those cards that are absolutely beautiful as it relates to the observation of not only you being able to effectively do something, but the quality and condition by which you've identified or worked towards it, right? But I feel like the hard thing with this 10 of swords, right? This 10 of swords in its upright, there's something I'm seeing that in some way feels painful. And the pain point that I'm potentially seeing related to a circumstance or situation has to do with the quality and condition of being able to navigate and articulate, right? That you, I just keep on getting the same message, right? You being effective shouldn't put another person in their feelings. Okay? You being effective shouldn't put another person in their feelings, which basically articulates and communicates that if you're doing, right, if you're doing everything in your power in the right way, right, and another person is becoming more volatile and reactive to you as you do so without cause or reason, right, then that in itself is why you potentially have to put energetic distance from something, right? And it's hard. I can even see this here. There's something here that feels very painful. But working through, right? And I want to describe this, right? Working through another person's, like there's something to be said about trying to spare someone emotional pain. And what do we mean about sparing one another emotional pain? Which is like if you're not doing something that impacts another, right? But there you are doing something that doesn't impact another person, and another person is coming towards you and they're trying to articulate to you that they're feeling energetically hurt, but not qualifying to you what you could be doing differently, right? It sometimes allows, like, it's the observation of being able to effectively work through, like, you can, and I feel like here's the thing about it, we can build compassion for one another, right? We can build compassion for one another, but identify the fact, and I just keep on getting the same message coming through for you. Where did, it's funny too because the deck disappeared for a minute. Yeah, bottom of the deck on this, the Emperor energy, right? And what are we seeing, right? What are we seeing with that Emperor energy? The Emperor energy identified there is working into, right? It's working into the quality and the condition by which we are able to effectively communicate to another, right? The intense, like the identification point of being able to identify and give meaning to things, right? And so it just to continue, like, and I feel like sometimes when I see energy like this, it can be somewhat painful, right? Because when we're working through the pain, like the emotional pain, if another person does not recognize or realize, like, this I keep on getting, if someone doesn't recognize or realize the fact that and this is what I mean about, like, you having potentially going through a maturation lesson with another person, which is working through the fact of another person that's too caught in their feelings, that makes it hard to be able to bring opportunities to them, right? Like, that is often the state or nature by which we recognize and identify and we work through it, because it says, like, I feel like it's interesting too, because I feel like this has something to do with a relationship that's around you, right? Like, somebody, it's saying to me, like, somebody articulating to you how miserable they are, right? And somebody articulating to you how miserable they are in their own relationship, right? That's not necessarily, that is not necessarily, like, it almost feels like you having to have like a conversation with someone in terms of being able to identify and articulate, like, the work that they need to effectively do upon something, rather than potentially trying to identify that you're not, I keep on hearing the same message, you are not the salvation point of another individual's failing relationship, right? And if somebody's trying to come towards you in that way, like, that in itself is potentially articulating and identifying the understanding or the quality by which they're navigating energetic hardship, right? because it's working, it's just working into it's working into the observation or the understanding of being able to qualify and articulate upon what is energetically needed that allows something to be able to be fortified more. So I feel like all I keep on seeing in this is like I see that there's something beautiful, and I think that I also see the fact that like this feels like healthy counterpart energy coming to you as well. um I wouldn't be, this is feeling like Libra energy. I got to be perfectly honest, right? Because it's saying to me like everything I'm seeing related to this is saying like a Libra, like a healthy Libra energy isn't going to come to you to solve their problems. They're going to come towards you fully solved, right? Which is saying like, again, it's like saying to me like they're not like it's not, it's none of this, it's none of this energy of desperation that I see that you're moving away from, but rather somebody potentially offering you something that feels very balanced is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you, Under. I appreciate that. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wild, Kath. So you were close, right? Mm-hmm. It feels like it feels beneficial career wise, and it also feels beneficial relationship wise, but it does feel to me like I see you having to heal from some kind of like, it's just a continuation of you having to move away from any kind of energy that's trying to articulate the like I just keep, your counterpart is not going to have you trying to save them from a desperate situation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wild, Bridget. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Kath. Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing about I'm seeing in the professional environment right now, like everything I was like, those cards were looking really professional, which says to me, like, you had double aces was just coming out, which says, like, I feel like there's something about an alignment point occurring for you potentially within the next 2 months. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. How you doing today, Fabian? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we are reading for is going to be Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Mm-hmm. I'm just pulling up your question. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for today. Okay. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Where'd you post it? I got you. I got it here. Yep. I thank you, Ivana. And you guys need to give me a minute because I've got a little bit of a glare. So before we continue, I need to fix the glare situation. So I'll be back in a second, okay? All right. That did it. Okay, we're better. All right, cool. Where were we? Oh, thank you. Right back at you, La. What I was, I mean, no, those two cards in combination, like I want to say, it feels like an opportunity to take on more responsibility. Is what I was seeing there, because it was a queen of, it was a ace of wands with an ace of swords. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. Before we start Ivana's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Oh, that was interesting. Okay. Okay. Ivana. What abilities is my soul awakening within me at this time, and how can I align with my higher self to develop them, receive guidance through my dreams and intuition, and use these gifts with clarity and wisdom? Beautifully stated. I love the way that you define that. Okay. Can I please get the beautiful question? Mm-hmm. That's not my yawn. Okay. It's always interesting when I start to read for someone I have to yawn. But I mean, again, I mean, that would be confirmation in terms of you potentially working through the observation or the understanding of like expansion. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 more. And 1 more. So these are beautiful cards. Um, and you've got double aces here, which are really lovely, and they got double ace of swords. Um, so how do I describe this? I feel like what I'm basically seeing that's happening for you right now is working in an alignment point with your guide. And the thing that I feel like there's something very important that is occurring in relation to the guide, like the guide that you're connecting with, but also understanding the quality and condition by which the guide, like you're arriving to your guide. But this is what's so funny about our guides. Our guides have been there the whole time. Okay. They're like, hello. just because you're in connection with them, right? Like the thing that can often like the thing that can often happen with that that's very fun, like um it's observing the fact that the guide has been there the whole time, like the whole time. Okay, the whole time. You're just arriving to the observation of having a guide, but the guide has been there the whole time, right? So this can be um very like it can often create the space by which we reperceive things, right? And I keep on getting, I feel like a lot of the quality, like I need to get your book. No. Um, hold on a minute. Where's your book? Oh my goodness. There you are. Come here. Come here. Okay. Thank you. Okay. One moment. Um, so you basically identifying and like you're going through reperception right now, right? And reperception is often it's like I feel like you're being able to reperceive things right now from the quality and condition by which you're potentially having a better understanding um, in terms of not just working through things, but in terms of being able to how do I describe this? Mm. Um, it's oh, why do I keep so it's so interesting because every time I want to read for you right now, like there's a lot of attention that I'm seeing that's focused. Um, like behind, like it's basically, and like hold on, I'm just trying to get clarification as to this. Um, it's saying to me that your ability to energetically focus upon things, right? Like you've never had a focus issue, right? And it feels like you're finally arriving into your focus. And when we are arriving into our focus, then it basically identifies, it helps us to recognize and identify. Um, and we're going to be getting into this too. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just writing all of this down. Mm-hmm. So the ability to identify and recognize the quality and condition by which we energetically work through things is basically calibrated upon the intention that we have as it relates to the intention by which we are effectively trying to bring something into manifestation. And basically, I keep on seeing that there's something I'm seeing related to your gift that is related to a quality manifestation, right? And a quality manifestation is identifying and recognizing the force of intention, right? The force of intention by which we're effectively working towards things that allow things to effectively move with more with more energetic speed, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, I'm getting a message like qualified manifestations will be prioritized, if that makes sense. Qualified manifestations will be prioritized, which is the understanding of the quality of a manifestation that we bring towards something. Will often understand when something starts moving with more energetic speed. And the thing about it is, and I feel like the hard part about that is, I feel like prior to some experiences, you've had to navigate um, some kind of situations or circumstances that um, I feel like I keep on seeing the fact that your ability to effectively recognize and identify the quality that we heal, the more that we're able to heal, the more that we're able to energetically manifest, right? And so the ability by which we effectively work towards, like the work that we do to turn inwards, to be able to find the healthy manifestations, allow us to be able to effectively articulate and convey the shape of our own intentions. So I feel like there's something very important related to that, and in terms of your own gifts, because what I'm basically seeing there is one of the circumstances or situations that you potentially arrived here was to identify and recognize what an energetic slowdown was. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like they're like, it's interesting too, because I just want to write down these cards for you, because we're gonna unpack these cards later, because they're all about, right, they're all about working through something in a very specific way. Okay, because I'll just show you this. Like, I'm gonna write these down, because we're definitely coming back to this reading later, because you've got an Ace of Swords, right? You've got an Ace of Swords here. You've got a Two of Cups. You've got a High Priestess, okay? And then you've got another Ace of Swords, right? And then the bottom of the deck that you have here is a Four of Wands in its reversal, which is a little hard to explain, but the best way I can describe this is there's a little bit of this, like, and I don't want to say this in a negative way, but it's giving me a little bit of energy related to others who've had to move away from you, because one must effectively, like, when we identify and we say to apply care to our manifestation goals, the reason that we articulate the state or nature of applying care to a manifestation goal is being energetically aware, right? The care that we apply towards manifestation goals is being aware of what it means to allow ourselves to move towards it. So I feel like I would not be surprised if you've had at least four, right? Like at least four relationships in the past where somebody, right? Like somebody, I keep on hearing someone trying to articulate to you, like, you're too good for me, and you having to say to them, like, who wouldn't want a good thing, right? Because who wouldn't want a good thing can often identify the state or nature of having to navigate who have um, those who have unhealthy manifestation goals, or aren't ready to be able to heal, to be able to move towards what they know is energetically best for them, right? And that's really painful, right? Because I want to point out, like, that is not a condition that you created in finding situations of that nature, but you having, like, I keep on seeing you having to navigate another individual's insecurity, right? Like it basically says, like, when somebody's working through insecurity in that way, um there's no there's nothing that you can heal by becoming less of yourself, is the best message I can get on that, right? There's nothing, like, I just keep on hearing the same message. There's nothing, hold on. There's nothing you can heal by becoming less of yourself. But I feel like there was something really important that you had to effectively navigate as it relates to working through. I'm getting here at least like 4 other individuals that were like that potentially weren't able to effectively, like, I just keep on seeing a bunch of individuals like with their hands over their eyes, which is basically saying, like, you coming into your own shouldn't effectively hurt another if they themselves are working into their own, like, if they're working into their own sense of like, if they're in the space by which they know how to energetically refocus upon what it is that they're trying to do, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for today. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. I love that. Everything. There's a beautiful message for over on the place where we keep the videos as well, Ivana, connected to yours, which says everything you heal grows out of self-love. Thank you for that message, good spirit. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Daniela, self-love is definitely so important, and being your authentic self is such a significant part of for that to happen. Tap to claim. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. All over the place, Steve. I can't even begin to tell you. How you doing today, Fabian? Excellent. And thank you, Daniela, for those jewels. I appreciate you. Excellent. Let's continue right now. All right. And the next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Alexandra's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Okay. I was like, that was amazing. That was amazing. I was so, you see, I gave you a minute. I gave you a minute. I gave you a minute. Did you see? That was amazing. Okay. No problem, Ruby. Absolutely. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read back too. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Yasmin, for the follow. But here's the thing, Ivana, there's nothing impatient about you, right? Like the thing about it is it has it's not impatient if others it's not impatient if others are demanding focus on things that you like that you recognize are not important. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Logan. Blessings to you as well. Yep. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. All right, just bear with me a moment. Um, I can't answer that question. It's a legal question, Ruby. So I'm happy to, when one cards come, I'm happy to draw a card for you, but I can't, I have to honor my boundaries there. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's continue. Okay. And reaching, let's see, where are we? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm going to pin up. One moment, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just reading over, Alexandra. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. And I'm sending you so much support on this, dear. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to pin you up here, Alexandra. Just bear with me. No, I can see it. It's heavy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. Just bear with me one moment. Mm-hmm. So we're doing an energetic read in terms of being able to work through your first Saturn return activation. I got you, dear. Mm-hmm. And I think the thing you have to recognize, right? And I think that this is what the hardest thing is in terms of navigating what I see that you're energetically experiencing, right? Which is it's working into, right? It's working into the quality and condition of being able to identify and recognize the things that we energetically need to do as we're working towards prioritizing, right? And the quality and condition that we arrive into that energetic prioritization point, right? Your guides, right? And this is where I see your guides coming through in relation to these cards. And I need to point out I haven't pulled a card, okay? Like you've got 3 cards instead of 4 right now. And that's very intentional because I feel very called to read these 3 cards before I draw the 4th one, okay? Because that is working through the observation of working through maturation, is working through the observation of being able to facilitate upon eventual, it's having to work through multiple outcomes, right? It's having to effectively navigate circumstances or situations by which you may be feeling, right, that the heft or the weight of being able to recognize and navigate, right, the observation, like, and that's what I keep on getting, the work that you are facilitating upon situations that require observation, right? And it's heavy, it's exhausting, right? It's exhausting to be in states of perpetual observation, right? Because others, right, others might not necessarily quality like understand that, but your ability, right, your ability to understand and recognize, right, to effectively work through situations and circumstances in that way, then what I keep on seeing is being able, like, the best way I can describe it is having another individual that does not take it personally, right? That does not take it personally as you're navigating through circumstances or situations in that way. I just keep on seeing that there's something important that is identified there in relation to your own healing journey. But I do feel like the one thing I'm potentially seeing around the circumstance is just allowing the qualifier of being able to understand that you're basically going through, like, you're basically going through a maturation filter right now. And when I understand, like, when you think about the quality and condition by which you're working through a maturation filter, which is having to navigate something that brings one's focus, right? That prioritizes one's focus and building towards it very carefully, right? Um, if it's interesting because you identified the quality and condition by which you were talking about bitterness, right? But I need to point this out, right? There shouldn't be any bitterness, right? There shouldn't be any bitterness that you're experiencing if you're working through that, right? Like if you're working through that and it's heavy and you're focusing where you need to focus and energy is being bitter to you in the context of you making mature, focused choices, right? That's not your bitterness, right? That's you recognizing and working through the state and nature of, like, that's you coming into, right? That's you fully coming into your maturation point, because that maturation point articulates upon the state or nature by which others, right? Others should be helping you and supporting you in the context of energetically navigating that. So that ability, right? That ability of not only prioritizing, but identifying how difficult that is, right? Don't, I know, like, I'm just reading on this too. You know, it's, I'm going to give you some bottom of the deck on this already, right? Because, and we talk about this, right? Like the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Cups in its reversal, and I feel like this is coming through specifically from your guides, right? Which is like, there's some type of energy I see here that is identifying and articulating upon, like, pointing a finger back towards ourselves, right? And the thing that I keep on seeing is, like, when another person, right, when another person is trying to point the finger back towards the self, the word that you'll often hear is when another person, like, I keep on getting, when someone points a finger, like when someone says the word selfish, right? Like when someone says selfish to you and they're really, like, it's like the guides, I just keep on getting, like, someone expressing the word selfish to you, and what they're really doing is pointing a finger back to the self, right? Because if you are spending, right, if you're putting all of your energy towards others, right? If you're expending all of that energy towards others or toward the care of someone who needs it, right? Like the message I'm getting from your guides is care goes to those that cannot care for themselves first, right? Care goes to those who cannot care for themselves first, which is the observation or the arrival point that we articulate upon, which recognizes that if you're in the process of caring for someone who literally needs care, and another person is articulating upon the fact that you're being selfish in that, then the selfishness has more to do, right, with energy that doesn't realize that I keep wondering, they're still on the journey of you, right? And what do I mean by the journey of you? Which is the journey by which they're trying, like, don't let another person, right? Like, and I think that this is hard. I'm not sure where you are, but there's a lot of energy. I'm just going to kind of bring this up. There's a lot of energy that likes to avoid heavy work by claiming that they're on a spiritual journey. We've talked about this here. There are those who effectively like to avoid heavy work by trying to articulate that their spiritual journey does not allow them to pick up heavy things. Okay. right? Like the journey, the spiritual energy, the energy that articulates, it says, oh, I can't, like, that's too heavy, right? There's no spiritual journey by which another person tries to articulate, oh, that's too heavy for me. I can't be around that because it's not good for my spiritual journey. That's not a spiritual journey. That's not a spiritual journey they're on, right? Like it's saying to me like that is working into, right? That's working into the context of recognizing and understanding that a healthy spiritual journey allows us to be able to understand and recognize the weight of things, right? It's not the ability by which we effectively step away because because something's heavy, right? Or somebody trying to articulate that their delicate spiritual their delicate spiritual state can't navigate the space by which another person is experiencing things. But it can get very frustrating when you're potentially navigating individuals that try to articulate, right, that they're very deeply spiritual, but they don't necessarily want to look at anything that doesn't make them feel good, right? So this is like, I keep on getting like the guides are almost articulating you like you're a heavyweight in spirit, right? Which is identifying the space by which if you're navigating something and you're not letting it change you, but you're seeing others trying to articulate that something's too heavy for them, remember, that means that you're a heavyweight in spirit, right? Which is something to be honored and appreciated. Not something, not for another person to be moving away from you because they articulate that something that you're navigating is too heavy for them. Sending you so much support on this journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to be on the list, you will be the next. I'm actually going to be closing the list right now. So if you'd like to get on the list, you can be on the, you'll be getting on the list for tomorrow, which means you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see this. No, I can see how much you effectively changed, right? Because that's some heavy stuff. And thank you for sharing the live, Chris, and thank you for reposting. Rihanna, yeah, Rihanna, how you doing, dear? It's been a minute. You can't have a healthy spiritual journey without the weight. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing I'm basically saying here. Mm-hmm. I know, but I want you're not alone, right? I need to stress this. You're definitely you are not alone as you're navigating that. And here's the thing about it: if it feels like if it feels like when things get heavy and it gets quiet, then you have a right to be upset, right? Like that's the observation or the qualifier of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But here's the thing, if you recognize their projections, then like if you recognize that they're projections, they're like if you can feel observe the projection, like let them have that projection. You know, the projection is the projection is protection, you know? The projection is protection. I'm going to write that down in your book. I know it's frustrating. Like, hold on. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, I got it down there, dude. Yeah. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, happy Monday to you as well. Mm-hmm. But and here's the thing again, the projection is protection, but it still hurts to see the projection, right? And I'll tell you right now, a lot of healing coming through, I had no idea. Right? Which is saying to me that the observation, right? The observation of you effectively going through things and being able to recognize and identify and work through, right? Energetically working through positive approaches to things, right? It should not, I keep on getting, it should not require you. It should not require you to potentially be the person rekindling those connections, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing there. Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you again. Hi there. How you doing today? I am Dinosaur. Thank you as well, Armand, for receiving this message. And thank you as well, Jordan, for joining us. All right, we are going to get started on one card readings for super fans and for those who are paid members. So anyone who is a super fan or a paid member, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan or paid member, all you need to do is hit that subscribe button and you'll be able to have a one card. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, welcome, Dada. Good to see you today. And thank you. I just keep on getting, I keep on seeing the quality and condition by which things that are, there's nothing, it's identifying and articulating the state of care that we are energetically aware of, that's being able to identify or speak towards concern. And the quality and the condition by which we effectively articulate to another, when we are mutually invested in the quality of energetic care around things, there's no I just keep on getting the same message, which says there's no doing anything to another, right? It's the quality and the identification of being able to identify and focus upon what is a healthy or a restorative energetic environment. So the quality and the condition by which we feel energetically restored is articulated upon and appreciated by being able to identify and facilitate upon the observation of consistency, right? And so I keep on getting the same message around something, which basically states that you're not, like, you're seeking energetic consistency, which is working towards, when we're seeking energetic consistency, then we shape the energetic standard and we ask that others energetically arrive to it. So if you're shaping the energetic standard, then your observation of being able to articulate and amplify, right? Allow that to be the statement of intention as it relates to the purpose, because I just keep on seeing that the quality and condition by which you are effectively communicating upon something is the conversation that is allowing for that consistency to arrive. So I just keep on seeing that something in relation to that, right? Make sure that you're not navigating something from a point of of trying to identify, like not feeling like everything is casting judgment on another, but rather energetically communicating the consistency, the mutual consistency that you're working towards, and being able to articulate and to invite another to meet you at that consistency, right? So it's not something that feels like an energetic back and forth between you and another, so much as you just refocusing and perpetually reorienting on the energetic consistency point. Thank you, dear. Mm-hmm. I got you, Ruby. Two cards. Thank you, Ruby, again, and thank you, Bridget. Two cards, please. Highest priority. Oh, these are beautiful. Um, I feel like there's something important um, I feel like there's something important I'm observing here related to experiences that require, right? Experiences that require expertise is what I'm getting, right? Like there's no higher honor than when another person requires our expertise upon something, because I just keep on observing that that's you um, doing some kind of healthy work in terms of communicating to another about like I said, like this is the confidence in trusting one's own intuition. And I keep on seeing when we're trying to help each other with a confidence moment, then in the space by which another person asks a question, we return the question back to them, right? Right, like giving somebody the confidence to give their own assessment, and then being able to say like, well, I would agree to that, or I would, like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like your highest purpose right now is helping another person learn to, like, I keep on hearing like learn to trust, like learning to trust their own energetic judgment point in relation to how they're doing, or in the ability, right, in their own ability or their own confidence to know how well they're doing, but also to feel like sometimes finding the instinct is learning to trust the intuition and having the confidence in order to do so. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy I see that you'll be embodying right now. And I feel like it often requires a lot of patience as we're doing so. Okay? Make sure you pack your patience, is what I keep on getting. Ivana. One card highest, please, for Ivana. We've got the King of Pentacles in its reversal. So the King of Pentacles in its reversal is working through circumstances. Like this is interesting, because I feel like when I read for you, this card comes up a lot. And I feel like this card is often associated with your guide. And I feel like what's interesting about it is you've got a very quiet guide around you. And this guide that I'm seeing is like trusting your own, like a lot of the work I see you're doing right now is trusting your own energetic assessment of things, specifically and particularly because I feel like this is a guide that's trying to articulate and communicate upon our guides. Like our quiet guides value our insight, right? Some of our quiet guides, often when we have a quiet guide, it feels more like a guide that's actively like that's very actively listening to a certain extent, specifically and particularly because like if you have a quiet guide, then the guide is effectively like they're trust they're trusting your expertise to a certain extent, or being able to help um like like if they're quiet, it's because they want your full assessment, right? So, and we'll kind of get into that more because it says to me particularly and especially um as it relates to you navigating energetic blockages, like you know, it's giving me more of that, like it's giving me more, I'm like kind of returned back to that same message I had for you when I did the one cards, which says there's nothing you can heal in a healthy way by becoming less of yourself, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. Highest good for Ella, please. Ancestral energy cannot navigate energy like that. You have to recognize, like when you see, I gotta stress this, right? I just keep on getting the same message from you, which is basically the articulation of understanding. Um, like I'm gonna send you a private, if you want me to send a private message on it, because it really does feel, it feels like an ancestral energy coming through related to their own thoughts on it. Um, yeah, I got it. Mm-hmm. It's the message I'm basically getting, and it's coming through ancestral, which is the observation. If if another person needs to embody that to feel good about themselves, then let them have it, right? Because you have to understand, right? Like the word that's coming through, like the word that's coming through related to it is preen, right? And the reason I keep on getting the reason that the connection of that energy, that's what it's articulated as. Because preen, right? Like this is preen energy, right? Which is the observation of energy that likes to reside in a space by which they can effectively articulate, right? Like preen energy, like preen energy likes to assume that they're the only ones that are pristine, right? Preen energy likes to exist in a space by which they try to articulate that they're the only ones that are pristine. So it basically identifies if that's what another person needs to effectively feel like, to feel good about themselves, right? Then it's like you leave them, leave them in their pristineness, right? because it says to me, like what you're basically saying is like you leave them in their pristineness, because, right, the pristineness that you effectively see there is more, it's like we can get into it deep, like it just says like let them have, you know, that pristineness, because, right, it's not real, right? It's not real. Like the guys are like, it's not real. It's like, you know, yeah. Mm-hmm. But it also says to me, like, I feel like that's what I'm getting in relationality to ancestral energy, like articulating upon the fact that, you know, like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's like somebody in ancestral who's defining you as the real one, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Strega, get off of that. I got you per one card priority, highest priority. We've got the two. We've got the Two of Wands here in its reversal. Um, so the Two of Wands in its reversal, the Two of Wands in its reversal is working into or working through the observation of it's working through the observation of being able to identify and recognize the quality and condition by which we ourselves are able to perceive. Um, and it goes back to that dream space, right? Because I keep on seeing there's a difference between a difference between energy that concentrates on niceness versus energy that works through effectiveness, right? And I think it's interesting because I feel like that dream space was trying to help you heal something ancestrally, particularly and especially with that Three of Wands in its reversal, which identifies or articulates upon, right? Like energy that's working on healing often doesn't have time for pleasantries, right? Energy that's working on deep healing often has to, like, it's saying to me, like, it's often the energy that has to skip the pleasantries. And the reason that you see energy that often feels like they need to skip the pleasantries is because they're working very hard on navigating things. So sometimes the best thing we can do, sometimes the best thing we can do for energy that's working on, like, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting, is being able to identify and navigate, right? It's like the gift that we give one another by navigating the pleasantries for one another, right? And I thought it was really interesting because we saw you basically doing that in the dream space, right? Because what were you effectively doing? Like, that's something that you've been doing intuitively the entire time, right? Which is navigating intense energy, right? And then what were you doing in the dream space? You were softening, the vibration, right? You were softening, you were energetically softening the vibration to a certain extent. Mm-hmm. Hi, Julia. How are you doing today? I got you, Rihanna. Mm-hmm. They are not used to, they are not used to, they are not used to, wow. Wow. I can't. It's giving me the type of energy of being like, they must have mistaken you for somebody else. You know, what is this? This is saying to me, like, you, you, I got it. Like it's I can't what I like I'll put it this way. Sometimes sometimes someone acts a certain way around us and it gives us a full tableau, right? It's like sometimes somebody shows us something and then we say, "Oh, I see the full tableau of what you're energetically used to, how something effectively goes." And it's giving me like there's something to be said. There's something to be said in recognizing or understanding the quality of like it's just give like I just keep on like I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss. I don't even know what's happening here. I'm at a loss for look at this. Like excuse me. Like excuse me. Like this is like this is like an excuse me specifically and particularly, and I like to point this out. Okay, the word that comes through is that when we are being energetically receptive and respective, okay, we're not childish, right? And childish energy is when we articulate or amplify upon something. And we think we're like, and here's the thing about it, it's very childish to do clever things, right? Because they're like there you are, right? There you are trying to be clever, and what you're really doing is you're taking a cleaver, right? Like this is how spirit like clevers are cleavers, right? And the reason you understand clevers are cleavers, which is like when another person, right, thinks that they're being energetically clever, right? What they're really doing is identifying and art like that like sometimes like sometimes when clever meets good, clever only meets good once, because when another person is working through something in that way and they meet the best energy, right, they meet the best energy that they'll ever come across, right, then the ability by which another person, right, like all good energy sees is clever standing in clever's own way, right? Like that's all that happens there. Because it's the observation, like when clever is effectively when someone's choosing cleverness over identifying and working towards positivity, then that's often where like it's like you can't get anywhere when someone's trying to be clever all the time, because it's not it doesn't allow anything to be productive. It creates reductiveness, right? So I feel like it's like I don't know why it feels like it feels like the type of energy where somebody was trying to be clever and now they're energetically mortified around you, right? Because you like like I don't know what else to say about it. That's wild. Whatever I'm reading there is absolutely wild. You know. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Ivana. I got you. Mm-hmm. Just bear with me a moment. Just bear with me a second. Oh my goodness. Just bear with me a moment, friends. Mm-hmm. All right. And where were we? One card for It's My Please. It feels, I mean, I feel like it's somebody showing you the energetic shape of their fear, right? And again, the thing with fear is it's not our job. If another person is navigating situations fearfully, it's not our job to perpetually have to give someone the courage to face their fears, right? Like if another person, and you have to understand this, somebody can be completely aware of what they're afraid of. They can be completely aware of what they're afraid of their entire life. The question is not about another person ascertaining what it is they're afraid of. It's whether they're navigating and taking steps to, like, if whether they're navigating situations fearlessly, right? And fearlessly, I've got two cards here for the animal oracle around it, right? Like the observation of being able to understand that there's nothing detrimental about you being in proximity to another person, right? Like if another person is worried that proximity is going to damage something, that's what's damaging a relationship, right? That statement, somebody identifying the fact that they feel proximity might damage something, is the damaging quality, right? Because it's somebody who's taking, right? They're allowing their fear to destroy something before it even begins, right? And that's the hard part with somebody that's in a fear space, right? It's the observation of articulate, like our fear reveals, right? Our fear reveals what we're not ready to energetically heal. So it feels like I feel like whatever you had in terms of a conversation with someone was absolutely accurate. But the question is, how are they navigating that fear? Right? It's not about their ability to accurately assess the fear. It's their ability to apply energy towards navigating it. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I got you, Minnie. You cannot act as the intermediary between you and them and another person. Honestly, sometimes when you're acting as an intermediary between two things, like two energies, you make it worse, right? Because it should not require you to be there for them to navigate between themselves. So your ability to effectively articulate and say that you can help, but they need to they need to resolve something between them, right? Which is being able to navigate and articulate as into the context by which I keep on seeing bottom of the deck. right? Healthy things we're working through can be discussed openly, right? It's open conversation as it relates to what we're feeling energetically distressed about. And the observation, right? Like, I feel like you having to say to someone, unless it's something like not complaining but articulating upon what can change, I feel like you saying like positive feedback only to a certain extent, because it's not your job to have to navigate another person's gripe so much as you reorienting and saying you should talk to them about it, right? Like, facilitate converse, like don't work through it. Be like, you should encourage, you should talk, like point them in the right direction in terms of being able to work through it. One card general, please, from Melissa. Um, it's again, I feel like I see you being the mature one in a situation or circumstance. And when you're being like, when others realize, when others realize how capable you are, the most important thing that you can do is helping another person arrive into that understanding and recognition of everything, not only everything that you're working through, but the best way to effectively engage upon things. And I feel like the hard thing about it is I feel like there's a bunch of energy around you that doesn't know what to do. You know? And the thing about I feel like I keep on seeing, like, sometimes the best thing you can do is have a positive conversation with someone in terms of next steps by identifying and articulating to another, being like, okay, look, this is what we spoke upon, this is what we energetically suggested, this is what you should do next. So if something is quiet, reaffirm the do next, which is being able to communicate to another person, right? Like sometimes others need that gentle reminder of what to do next. Doesn't mean you have to do it for them, but it helps to basically facilitate in terms of another person, especially if someone works through overwhelm. Like, this is how you move things forward with alacrity. I got you, Julia. I've got the 10 of cups in its reversal here. And the 10 of cups in its reversal is being able to prioritize what's most important. And I feel like, particularly with this 10 of cups in its reversal, bottom of the deck, two of pentacles in its reversal, this is basically the expression or the understanding of the quality and condition by which it's interesting too, because it's like I feel like there's this perpetual lightning process that I see is occurring around you right now, in terms of you being able to recognize and identify what, like, where one needs to be and what one is trying to do most effectively. And I want to point out, it's interesting because, yeah, especially with this goose energy here, there's sometimes we go through periods of time where we're navigating an expansion, right? And we're working through an expansion in a way by which we're trying to effectively, like, we have to become very deeply grounded in something. I feel like there's something that you're doing right now that feels more aligned with your Virgo placements. And what I'm basically seeing there is you effectively working through something right now by which you're identifying and recognizing what is necessary, right? Because it says to me that the like the like the like the less we have, the more quickly we're able to move upon things, if that's what I keep on getting. But specifically and particularly in relation to you navigating and identifying, um like I keep on getting, this isn't you being flighty, right? This feels like you effectively alighting into something in a way by which you are arriving light, if that makes sense. And the reason I keep on getting arriving light is because it says to me like it's allowing you to be able to focus upon what your energetic priorities are, that are allowing, and that like that observation um is building into your own sense of stabilization, specifically and particularly because you're able to, like, I keep on hearing like your ability to move rapidly on things right now, allow, like, that in itself is a gift, because like it says to me like something about that gift is you being able to like switch, like it's interesting because it feels like you're healing your Virgo and Gemini placements, which is being able to do something lightly but also being able to like switch speeds very quickly, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I know, I'm sending you so much support, Ruby. I totally understand, Bridget. How you doing today, Ivana? Oh, I hope you have a beautiful day, dear. Janae, one card highest, please. Bottom of the deck. It feels like somebody locked themselves out of your life. Yeah, and the moon card. And the thing about it is like, if somebody locked themselves out of your life and then the guides give you a full tableau of what's going on, right? Like that is like, I keep on, it's like the thing you have to recognize. I'm sure I'd be very curious about your dream space is showing you right now, which is basically like that's a guide saying like, I'd like to point out that there was nothing that you did, right? There was nothing that you did when somebody's trying to lock themselves out of your life. The only way that the space by which they do that is often articulated upon another person trying to identify that they think that the one has an attitude problem, right? And it's like the guide saying like, who has the attitude problem? The person that articulates that one has an attitude problem, or the person that like literally locks themselves out of another person's life to prove that another person has an attitude problem? Who's like, the guides are like, who's got the attitude? The guides are like, like I like it does, I make it make sense. I know. I wish you like you can't, you know. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ella. I did. Why did I know you're going to say wow? I got you, Nikki. One card, highest priority. This two of Pentacles does not want to stay in the deck today. Um, here's the thing about you're so nice. I feel like you're so nice. Others forget that you don't that nice is a choice, right? Because here's the thing about it, especially with this moon card. You know, like the observation or the understanding, right? Like I feel like it's the understanding of working through situations or circumstances by which you, again, especially with this adder energy, the best thing I can describe there is working, like it's working into the context and the observation of being able to recognize and identify like if another person wants to effectively, like if another person wants to question your intelligence because they see you being kind and they assume they're naive, like like they assume you're naive for it. Let them leave you. Like let that false perception be your protection, right? Like that's the space by which the false perception is the protection, because it's the observation of another person that wanted to build an assumption upon who you were based upon how you appear, right? Like leave them in their prejudice, right? Leave them in their prejudice if they're making presumptions on your naivete, because it speaks towards their own shallowness, is what I'm getting. Estevan, one card, highest priority. I mean, I feel like there's something important that I identify, that I see that you're working through right now, particularly and especially as it relates to you. I keep on hearing you're taking all the energy with you as you go somewhere, right? I just keep on seeing this. Like there's somewhere I see you going. Like when you depart, you know, I don't know why. It feels like you've got some kind of entourage energy. Like especially with the frog. Someone like, I'm going with them. Right? Like they're like, I'm going with them. There's some kind of energy there I'm seeing. Mm-hmm. But I feel like it's important because it's saying to me some kind of situation or circumstance by way and by means of you amplifying your own energetic focus. I feel like I see you going through some kind of experience right now where um like it feels like I feel like I see you moving into a deeper space of leadership, particularly and especially um like as it relate I keep on hearing like as it relates to you navigating something with a sense of like I keep on hearing like with a sense of decorum is the word that it keeps on coming through, right? Like there's a little bit of this energy of decorum that I'm observing there. So make sure that you're maintaining your energetic decorum as you navigate through circumstances, because I feel like that is the amplification of you being able to articulate or express upon something even more. Yep, and thank you as well, Kay, for the follow. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Janae, for confirming. Sending you so much support on that journey. You're so welcome, Julia. Jaden, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Jason? Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Heather? Healing, thank you for the follow. No, Julia, I pulled it for you. Yeah, it was the Two of Pentacles in its reversal. Sending you support, Rihanna. Hi there, Lonnie. Mm-hmm. Thank you for confirmation. It's my sending you so much support on that journey. Creative, one card on divine counterpart. Sentimental in the best way possible. Right? They don't let their sentiment get in the way of doing things. And I feel like everything's on the table with them. Be prepared for everything on the table, which is like when they feel it, they don't sit on it, they want to deal with it immediately. I feel like it might be a little bit like that's going to be a little bit of work for you, because I see somebody who's like they're like they're like when they're feeling it, they want to address it, right? And so even in the space by which like you working through that is allowing you to be able to heal, because I see somebody that's going to help you feel more firm in your feelings, because they're going to encourage you to feel them. Oh, thank you, Julia. How you doing today, Jason? You're so welcome, Julia. Well, here's like I got to point out, Janae, sometimes when we have the same card coming through and again, 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 that's confirmation. Daniela, I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. One card for Daniela. Uh, I mean, the thing I keep on seeing related to this, Daniela, is the energy that's for us prioritizes us, right? there's no battle when it comes to those that energetically care about us. So make sure that you're not working through, like, make sure that you're not building into a relationship with someone that tries to articulate or tries to, like, they're like no broadcasting and healthy energy. So not the space or nature by which one feels, right? If you see somebody who you feel is with somebody because they haven't fully healed by you, like, that's where you energetically leave them, right? Because it identifies and articulates that we don't utilize others to get over. We build into a healthy connection, and we work through that. So if you're observing or you're feeling like there's something related to that, right? You can wish that person peace, and then allow that to refocus your own energy. Because here's the thing about it. When we're healing between ourselves, we don't put other people between us on healthy journeys, right? We don't identify or articulate upon there being another person to help us. We hold each other and we respect each other's choices, and remembering your divine counterpart will always prioritize being with you, right? Your divine counterpart isn't going to have a situation. It's not going to be a tug of war energy. They're always going to choose you, even when things get difficult. So I would think that this time would be well spent in writing down what a connection with an ideal divine counterpart feels like, because there's no tug of war. There's none of this back and forth in a healthy connection, right? We don't, and as particularly and especially if you feel like another person is with someone that they don't aspire to be with, that is exactly why it's not safe to be with them. And I've got you, Kayla. One card general, please. King of Cups. This is feeling incredibly positive. I feel like this is you building a connection with someone that's being very vocal in terms of how they feel, but that's allowing you to effectively heal even more. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the strength. Your strength is a gift. The strength that you bring to relationships basically identify and articulate upon the observation of being able to identify and recognize and facilitate upon our own feelings of energetic strength. And even in the space by which we're feeling strong, like, I just keep on getting this, right? Your divine counterpart and those that care about you love to see that strength on you, right? They're not going to be insecure or intimidated by it. Thank you so much, dear. Excellent. Thank you as well, dear. I'm sending you so much support, Janae. You did not create those circumstances. You're so welcome, dear. Highest priority from guides, please, for Lisa. Devil card in its reversal. It's working through the observation of energy that only articulates upon their energetic, like their own energetic ability to identify and recognize what feels supportive and healing, right? So I keep on getting this, like, particularly with this devil card in its reversal, right? The energy that's with us every step of the way is the amplification of recognizing and identifying, right? That when things are difficult, we're there even more. Yeah, particularly with this water dragon in its upright. The water dragon in its upright identifies and communicates upon the things that we feel energetically healing upon. So our ability to navigate through feelings, right, navigating through our feelings effectively are not allowing the state or condition by which we're building. Like I keep on getting like the quality and condition by which we don't work through passive aggressiveness, because here's the thing about it. Those who are passive aggressive are in trauma traps, right? Like passive aggressive energy are constantly in trauma traps because it's the quality and condition by which one does not indicate what it is that one needs, that then makes it very convenient to feel energetically hurt, right? It's very convenient not to be in a space of communicating your needs, because that way when another person is delivering to you as much as they can, you can always find a way to identify the fact that there's a need that hasn't been energetically met. Animal oracle, right? When one observes that quality in another, right? Sometimes, like, it's not something that you create in another person, but recognizing the fact that they're choosing, like that's the space by which they're choosing their trauma, right? And I like to point out, like, when another person is choosing their trauma, it can often be the space by which you identify and recognize the feeling that nothing is ever good enough for individuals who are choosing their trauma, because, right, it's very convenient for another person not to articulate upon their needs, because you can sit there and give someone everything, and they would still articulate the fact that they're energetically dissatisfied about something, right? Sometimes just identifying the quality and condition of another at in that space is its own form of relief, right? Because at least you know what to expect. That's what I keep on getting. Absolutely. I know we did. Yep. I'm sending you so much support, Estevan. Thank you as well, Ella. Absolutely. Alexandra. Mm-hmm. It's saying again, I want you focusing on the where of your manifestation goal, right? Healthy energy where it wants you in the best place for you, right? Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah. Don't, right? Like, have the conversation in terms of working through what that aspiration is. You've got heavy four energy, which says to me it's again like location, 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 animal oracle. It might be a good time for an astrocartography reading. I don't know if we've talked about this before. I can give you recommendations if that's something you wanted to pursue. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anyone who is a paid member or a super fan who has not had a one card pulled yet. You're so welcome, Kayla. Oh, you just moved into, oh, thank you. The blank here, so the blank animal card is often working on the fact that now is a really good time to be working on your manifestation goals, right? Like an ability to energetically, it feels like somebody that's building into your confidence in refining yourself, or being able to learn upon, like I keep on hearing, somebody who cares about us helps us understand that the things that we aspire for don't hurt us when we're with the right energy. So being able to effectively build that center of trust again, slowly but surely, requires one to be able to take those quiet, like every day, like allowing the ability of rebuilding trust that another person potentially eroded. I hope that helps, Kayla. All right. Yep, I'm sending you so much more on that journey, Alexandra. But I keep on saying they might be unified, right? Like work towards that unified whole. Absolutely. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it is now available over on the place where we keep the videos, also on the on my stack and on my spot. If you want to catch it as a vodka, if you want to catch the vodcast, it's over on Substack on the stack, and if you want to catch the podcast, it's over on Spot. Um, if you became if you became a superfam or a paid member today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfam only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You can also find in the perk section a special coupon code to our next class program. Our next class is going to be held on Friday, August 15th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be focusing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 3 card of the minor arcana. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have we'll be back on tomorrow at our 9 a.m., 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, simply head over to my profile, click the bell there to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And also, by the way, Kayla and Daniela over on the place where we keep the videos, if you mail me at Strega at the mail that starts with a G, I'll be happy to send you an invite to our disco channel as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great, it is Gray Strega at the mail that starts with a G. If you just send me a message, Kayla, I will make sure that you get that disco invite. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.